Tell me about it.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, that little raggedy no two.
You ready?
So we got Juanita.
Are we ready?
In just one moment. Ready. That's probably me. Give me just one moment.
As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:03 a.m. I apologize to everybody for my croaky voice. I had a bit of a cold this weekend. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in the meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely as well as your physical location. I will call on you in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. All right, as a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Rothhorn. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, it is moved and seconded that we adopt the meeting agenda. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting agenda is adopted. Without objection, we will now begin public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
And good morning, commissioners. My name is Sarah Howard. I'm the attorney for the AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project. We want you to succeed in drawing fair maps. You are not there yet. 100% of your state legislative maps disproportionately favor the same political party. That should alarm you. The seat count is misleading you because you are basing your seat count on a 53% Democratic environment, nudging districts from being 3.1% more Republican than the state as a whole to being 2.9% more Republican than the state as a whole is not enough. You have to unpack lopsided Democratic districts that do not implicate the VRA. On the VRA, we still fear that your VRA districts, especially in the state house, would be likely to elect suburban white candidates and not Black candidates from Detroit or Flint. Please revisit your VRA analysis to ensure that the Black Michiganders can have true representation. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 2.
Good morning. I'm Crystal Boyd and I'm Sarah Howard's legal assistant. We continue to believe you should not judge the state Senate map using presidential year results. We continue to believe you should weigh 2012 election results less than you do 2020 election results. Your current methodology does not take partisan trends into account. You should use a composite score and not just one election, but that composite score should give more recent elections greater weight. Please make each district's complete political data available on the My Districting site, like the census data. And finally, we ask you to allow for at least 2 minutes of public comment at your public hearings. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 3.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Robert, and I live in Ada Township in Kent County. My comments today are about the proposed State Senate District 24 in the northern areas of Kent County around Grand Rapids. This is in the recent map number 226 drawn by you, the commissioners. My wife and I moved to the Grand Rapids area in 1988. In the 33 years that we have lived in Kent County, we have only been to Coopersville and Allendale and Ottawa County only 3 times. I shop regularly at the Cascade Mire and also the Mire next to East Beltline in Grand Rapids Township. My wife is in her 14th year of full-time employment at Calvin University, which is on the East Beltline on the east side of Grand Rapids. I urge the commissioners to remove the townships that are in Ottawa County from the proposed State Senate District 24 and replace them with Cascade Township and East Grand Rapids City, which are our communities of interest.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Thank you, commissioners.
Number 4.
Hello, my name is Dylan Luna from Flint, Michigan. I'm happy to be in front of the commission. I am a 29-year-old African-American and Hispanic male. I know that it's important that we have Black elected officials, and that's why the Voting Rights Act is there. But it's partisan fairness that allows Black voices in the legislature to be heard. Black officials need a fair shot at more than being elected. They need a fair shot at power. In my whole life, there's only been one Black committee chair in the Michigan Senate. In fact, in the last 38 years, there's only been one Black committee chair in the Michigan Senate. That's because the other maps weren't fair. Please make a fair map so my people have a seat at the table and power to do something. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 5.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Robert George, and I'm from Ann Arbor. I also serve as a Washtenaw County Parks and Recreations Commissioner. I come before you today to comment on State Senate District 27, which is the same configuration all 3 of the collaborative State Senate draft maps you have recently been working on. It is a Z-shaped central Washtenaw County district. I'm opposed to this district because it unfairly packs Washtenaw County voters in a district that has averaged 80% Democratic support over the last several election cycles. This district has been the most commented on State Senate district of any of the maps, with over 110 negative comments and only 5 positive ones. Washtenaw County residents urge you to fix this district. When looking at improving partisan fairness, fixing this district would move the measures closer to zero. It is an easy fix. Adding Scioto Township, Saline, and a portion of Ann Arbor west of Main Street to the existing Jackson, Western Washtenaw County District would allow you to respect communities of interest, unpack Washtenaw County voters, and improve partisan fairness metrics. I've also provided a letter to your staff signed by 8 Ann Arbor City Council members and 2 members of the County Commission who represent Ann Arbor, asking you to split Ann Arbor like you've split the cities of Lansing and Grand Rapids in the state Senate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our in-person public commentary this morning. At this point, we will move on to remote public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. If you are on a computer, you'll be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. I will call on I will call on you by name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on the phone, a voice would say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and return to you when they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, please email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate in a later public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is Mr. James Gallant. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to note for the record that Commissioner Wagner is present.
Okay.
She was experiencing audio issues earlier during roll call. Commissioner Wagner, can you unmute yourself and let us know where you're attending remotely from? Commissioner Wagner, I see that you're present, but it looks like you may be still experiencing audio issues, so I'll work with you offline to resolve those. Mr. Gallant, please allow us 1 moment to unmute you.
Yep. And while he's being unmuted, I will also note that Commissioner Eid has arrived and is present as well.
Hello, this is James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. For the commissioners here, please consider formal proceedings to remove the commissioners involved in the extreme breach of the rules of procedure last Friday. Rule number 4.10.3, suspension of the rules. Commissioners Attella, Rothorn, Witches, Lett, and Ms. Reinhardt. Witches accused Attella of making unilateral decisions and then did not object to trigger a vote. But then they took a break and he come back with some fancy parliamentary maneuver to suspend the rules, and except for the suspend the rules, and he made a combination motion. So all these people worked together to breach the Constitution and the rules to say 2/3 vote to suspend the rules. It was only 5 to 4 instead of 6 to 3. And that's why we need Secretary of State Benson here. She's the secretary without a vote. She's supposed to be making these decisions about parliamentary procedure, what the rules are, what the vote is. And this is the problem. All these people should be removed. Please have a special meeting to remove these people immediately. I believe Commissioner Witches is a hostile.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Lamar Lemons.
That participant is not present.
Thank you. We'll move on to number 3, Anthony Scannell.
Good morning, commissioners. Firstly, I want to say we need a lot more than a minute to tell you people how badly you foobarred. But for time's sake, why didn't you ever draw a district like this, congressional for Detroit? It makes a hell of a lot more sense to me. The configuration you've been running with was initially drawn on September 16th by Commissioner Clark and the younger man from the software vendor when it took you guys 20 minutes or 15 to find Woodward Avenue. And that's your configuration. Commissioner Orton thinks these collaborative maps are sacrosanct. I think scattershot is more like it. Appreciate Commissioner Ead's attempt to give us potential CD1 district residents an option, but all he really did was switch out Warren for Taylor. That's a distinction without a difference. And you thought we wouldn't notice? Yeah, I know you guys are just collecting a paycheck. You know, you're trying to look good. It's the United States Congress. It's not going to make a difference anyway. They're all bought off by multinational conglomerates. But why not at least try something like this for aesthetic purposes? You might think I'm crazy, but I think that your body of work appears to have been drawn lazily.
Thank you for addressing the commission, Mr. Scannell. Robert Dragon.
That participant is not present. And I also want to acknowledge Commissioner Wagner's audio issues seem to have been resolved. Commissioner Wagner, can you tell us where you're attending remotely from?
Yes, I'm present and attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Thank you.
Doreen Gardner. Number 5.
Doreen, if you can hear us, if you unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. It appears Doreen may be experiencing audio issues. I recommend we move on to the next participant and we can return to them later.
Okay, let's move on to Todd Perkins.
Number 6 and number 7 are not present.
We got lots of people out today. All right, so we'll move on to number 8, Connie Orr.
Good morning. I'm Connie Orr of Northville, Michigan, a retiree from Ford Motor Company. These are my opinions. We want fair maps. Prop 2 included 7 requirements in the Michigan Constitution. Number 1, are of equal population as mandated by the United States Constitution and comply with the Voting Rights Act and other federal laws. 2, are geographically contiguous. 3, reflect the state's diverse population and communities of interest. 4, do not provide a disproportionate advantage to any political party. 5, do not favor or disfavor an incumbent elected official or a candidate. 6, reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. And 7, are reasonably compact. Please draw fair districts. It's good for Republicans and Democrats. It's good for me.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Nate Falling.
Hello, hope everyone is doing well today. My name is Nate Falling. I live in Kentwood, Michigan in Congressional District number 2. Since the last redistricting, I have lived in an incredibly gerrymandered district. For those of you who don't know, Kentwood is essentially the furthermost point in the Southwest WISP in Congressional District number 2. I have lived my entire voting life within a voting district that was specifically designed to know my vote. I come here today to ask the commission to uphold democracy and not move forward with congressional districts that are specifically designed to favor one party over another. The reason for this is not only to protect franchises of voting citizens like myself, but also to uphold the overwhelming support for the Michigan 2018 Proposal 2. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take this into consideration.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Joe Bush, number 12.
Oh, well, thank you, Commission, for giving me a few opportunities. I'm Joe Bush, the Water Resources Commissioner, also Drain Commissioner of Ottawa County. So that's where I preside in Ottawa. I want to talk about a few things that why we need to keep map 201, and it's crucial to Ottawa County based on the watersheds. We have the Grand River, we have Lake Michigan, we have the shoreline, we have dredging, we have the infrastructure issues going on. Ottawa County is by far probably one of the largest and fastest growing counties in the last 10 years, according to our census reports. And I think we need to keep it whole. And I also think we need to keep Georgetown Township a part of Ottawa County, because that's who we are and it's our makeup. And Ottawa County has been recognized as a place where everybody belongs. We have multiple people moving in, we have jobs, and we have a great resource of information and living capabilities here. And I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Curtis Fernandez.
Hello, Curtis Fernandez. Hello, Curtis Fernandez, APIA Vote, Michigan. I'm talking to you all today to ask the commission to please place precinct 14 in Novi with District 110 instead of where it currently resides in District 36. This precinct has a significant AAPI community, and there are fears that their voices may not be heard if they are kept with District 36 as is the current plan. On the other hand, if the precinct is placed with District 110, they can be part of a coalition so their interests are better served. I hope that the commission considers this proposal so that we ensure that precinct 14 has a voice and that voice is heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Kate Shivkowski.
Kate, you are unmuted and free to address the commission. Kate, we cannot hear you. Kate, we still can't hear you. Let's move on to the next participant. And Kate, I'll message you in the chat to try to resolve your issues.
All right, next is Nick Clara Mataro, number 17.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Nick Matero, and I'm a registered voter in Roseville and Macomb County. Throughout this millennium, the Michigan legislative composition and congressional composition has not represented the popular vote majority of Michigan voters as measured by the partisan vote for legislative and congressional seats statewide. That is one of the main reasons the people of the state voted by a substantial majority to create the citizen level commission and required agreement by members of both parties, as well as people without partisan affiliation, to agree on the next plans. I urge you not to accept any plan that continues that likelihood and to work toward plans that are fair and equitable for all. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Jennifer Austin.
Hello, I am Jennifer Ostrom from the City of Midland. I want to thank the Commission for their hard work weighing the different guidelines for creating our new legislative maps. Balancing the importance of keeping COIs together, what constitutes a COI, demands for counties or cities to remain whole is not easy. I've drawn several maps myself throughout this process and recognize the difficult job you have. Not every county will remain whole. Not every city will stay in its county. Some cities will have to be split because partisan fairness outweighs all. The state has a split electorate with a slight advantage towards Democrats, and yet we have experienced more than 3 decades of minority rule. This has to change. The map should have equal numbers of safe Democratic and Republican seats and as many districts as possible with zero political bias. We need representatives that work together for the people, not for their extreme base or their party. So split counties, break up COIs, put cities in 2 districts, but only do this where it is absolutely necessary to ensure fair maps. And if that means the city of Midland and Bay City reside in a House district that looks like a bone, then so be it. Fair maps for the state supersede our own personal interests. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is LaCrancha Handy.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it looks like Kate's audio issues have been resolved.
Okay, Kate. So Kate, go ahead. That's number 16. We'll go back.
Hi, this is Kate Cheskowski from Livonia. Speaking again here today. First of all, I'd like to thank the commissioners for all your hard work. And again, I would like to bring up the issue of partisan fairness. Just like the previous speaker, I know you've worked very hard on these maps. You're getting a little closer, but you're not there yet. It's very, very important to make sure that people are represented fairly. The maps thus far give a disproportionate advantage to Republicans in all these districts. And again, I have spoken before regarding splitting the Livonia into multiple districts for the House and the difficulty it would be for the city to handle these, particularly for the mayor in reaching out to representatives and the clerk at election time. I thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Ms. Handy?
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Lucretia Handy, resident of Flint Township in Genesee County. Partisan fairness is a community of interest, and we need to keep that in mind. That is why the people of Michigan voted for the proposal that created the commission. Last I checked, the State House, State Senate, and congressional maps appear to be favoring the Republicans. Maps should be fair and reflect our state's diverse population. We need maps with no political bias. Even a little bit is too much. I urge the commission to not move any maps forward that will give Republicans an unfair advantage. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Curtis Lyons.
Good morning, Commissioner. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name is Curtis Lyons. I am a lead organizer for the nonprofit Emerging Justice. And I have a simple request of the commission this morning. Is just asking that we consider, holding an additional public hearing in the Metro Detroit area. My understanding on the 20th of this month is when we have the one hearing at the TCF Center. I think it'll be overwhelming, very crowded. It may even be taxing to you all. And I'd like to request that you guys consider holding an additional meeting in the Metro Detroit area, be it like Southfield, Livonia, just somewhere else where more citizens can come, because the majority of the citizens are in this Metro Detroit area for the state of Michigan. That's my request, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Evelyn.
What do you do?
Evelyn, you're now unmuted and free to address the commission.
Yes, hi, my name is Evelyn Clement. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. And I would just like to ask the commission to hold more hearings, because the way the map is designed, it will eliminate so many African Americans from being able to vote. So I just feel that the commission needs to have more hearings so that so many people won't be cut out of a chance to vote in the state of Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Dorian Thompson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, good morning. Over the past few weeks, I've followed the commission's work and remained concerned. Despite so many voices calling to keep Ottawa County together, only one of the 5 congressional maps does this. This is a shame, and here's an example why. Port Sheldon is less than 10 miles from Holland and isn't in the same congressional district. Instead, it is put with Aranet County on Lake Huron, which is over 200 miles away and takes around 3.5 hours to reach. In fact, I would have to drive through 2, potentially 3 congressional districts to reach the same district I started in. This is not compacted. It's not a community of interest. Let's put it another way. I could drive to Detroit and I would have a shorter distance and a faster trip than going from Port Sheldon in Ottawa County to Aranet County. This is not population density issue. It's a poorly drawn map that carves up community. Map 201 solves this problem by keeping compact and keeping the lakeshore whole and keeping Ottawa County together. I urge you to listen to the residents and keep Ottawa County whole.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line to speak is Radna Rao.
Hi, commissioners.
Hello.
Hi, commissioners. My name is Ratna, and thanks for all the hard work you're doing. I come to you not just as a citizen of Novi, Michigan, but also as an organizer for a South Asian group called Samosa. I have 3 points that I would like to make here with regards to the state house that I belong to. Please don't split up the Asian American community in Novi by moving precinct 14 out of the district 110. Even better would be to keep Novi whole. I mean, we are a community of interest, and it doesn't make any sense to me to split up a city in a state house district. Lastly, please balance the maps for partisan fairness. I know this is a challenge, but we're all looking up to you to do this. So thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Randy B, number 25.
That participant is not present.
Okay, do we have Dr. Mozip?
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity. Immigrant communities are considered community of interest, and we hope this commission take them seriously in consideration when drawing district maps. Arab Americans have been part of the southeast of Michigan for generations, and they deserve to have a chance for a fair representations. Communities from Hamtramck to Dearborn Heights, including southeast of Detroit, Menbendale, Dearborn, deserve to have a federal representation in one district. Arab Americans share historical, culture, economical, and other bounds that these communities need to be linked together to be able to be part of public policy discussions. These communities have been ignored for a long time, and they don't have any other recourse to gain fair representation beside this commission. It's time to give them a fair chance for representation, and we hope this commission will do the right thing and link them together. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Jen Ayer is next.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Jen Ayer. I'm a member of the Ann Arbor City Council. And thank you for your service, first of all. As a member of the Ann Arbor City Council, I have a duty to represent my constituents to the best of my ability and to promote the interests of my city and my county at large, providing basic services such as maintaining a reliable water supply, ensuring safe transit systems, and encouraging investment in our city is a core responsibility for me. However, several of these objectives have been impaired over the last decade because of the packed nature of our legislative districts and the effect it has to diminish our representation in Lansing. In particular, the state Senate districts, the election results in the last two state Senate elections that occurred under the current maps, the results in District 18, the district representing Ann Arbor and surrounding communities, yielded outcomes where the winning candidate won by an average margin of nearly 50%.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Judy Daubenmire.
Hi, my name is Judy Daubenmire.
Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for your service. I'm here today to ask you to consider holding more hearings in the Metro Detroit area. Metro Detroit has about 40% of the population in the state of Michigan, and right now you only have one hearing in that area. I would expect that that's going to be a very crowded hearing and that you could expect to be there very late into the evening. I think that this would impact your ability to pay attention to all the comments that you'll be receiving. I think it would be much better if you would hold a hearing in an additional hearing in another part of Southeast Michigan, such as Novi, so that the one hearing won't go on a long time. You'll be much fresher if you are able to listen to speakers at a couple hearings rather than one great big long one. And I think this would be fairer to the people of Southeast Michigan who are, after all.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 31, Lee Gredden.
Good morning. I support the draft congressional map that is circulating online that unites Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. That map balances communities of interest and partisan fairness. Unfortunately, the draft state Senate map does not achieve partisan fairness. Here in Washtenaw County, please follow the recommendations of our local elected officials that were sent to you last week and unpack State Senate District 27, which is the Z-shaped district. It is an 80-20 Democratic district that unfairly packs Democratic voters together. Communities of interest can still be respected by uniting Western Ann Arbor with townships to the west and north, and Eastern Ann Arbor in a separate district with Eastern townships. Finally, the draft state house maps that are circulating are an improvement, but I again urge you to follow the recommendations of Washtenaw's local elected officials. Eastern Ann Arbor should be one house district, and Western Ann Arbor should be combined with townships to the west and north. Townships to the south of Ann Arbor, including Pittsfield, should be in a separate house district. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Cynthia Davis.
It looks like Cynthia may have left the meeting.
Okay, we will move on to Adele Mozip, 34.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Joan Long.
Joan, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. It appears Joan may be experiencing. Oh.
I have it. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll be brief. My name is Joan Long. I'm a lifetime resident of the Greater Grand Rapids area, and my comments today are regarding Senate Map 226. I think that Cascade Township and East Grand Rapids need to be included in North Kent County District Senate Map. These communities of interest align more closely with North Kent County, and I thank you for your time and your dedication to this procedure.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Ken Wilcutt.
Good morning. You have me?
Yes, we can.
I'd just like to make a little point. Kalamazoo City should be divided into two House districts, east and west. The west side of the city is more suburban, aligns more with Osmo Township and with the other western suburbs, and also contains a university who have students that live in student housing out in the Osmo Township area. The east side of the city is more diverse and would do better being paired with Parchment, Cooper, and Comstock, which are all in many ways closely aligned with Kalamazoo City themselves. This would unpack the city as well as create an opportunity for minority representation in the Eastern Kalamazoo District that currently and is rarely achieved because of the west side of the city dominating the elections here. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Carolyn Ballard.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
My name is Carolyn Ballard, and I've been a resident of Battle Creek, Michigan for 30 plus years. I would like to thank the commission for their hard work thus far in trying to draw fair maps that keep communities of interest in mind. In reference to the state house map, I would definitely support putting Battle Creek with Albion. And these communities of interest typically come together on a variety of occasions through church affiliation, special programs, jobs, etc. So this pairing definitely makes sense. Please keep in mind that it is difficult for us when changes are being made to maps merely to satisfy political agendas over community needs. So again, thank you for your hard work, and please continue your efforts in trying to draw fair maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Judy Mega.
Hi, good morning, Commission. Thank you very much for all of the hard work that you've been doing. The maps that you have posted recently are definitely an improvement, but there is still much to be improved on in terms of partisan fairness. I echo the comments of others requesting more hearings in the Metro Detroit area. I would also ask that you unpack Ann Arbor Senate District 27. There is a large Democratic vote that is packed into that area. Shape should be your last consideration, in my opinion. I believe it is lowest on the list. If you have partisan fairness and communities of interest combined, which is no easy task, then if the shape is off, that is the least of our worries. It is more important that partisan fairness be met. I also ask that you extend the comment period. This is too important of an issue to limit it to 1 minute. And thank you very much for all your hard work. Please consider the AFL-CIO Fair Maps project. They're a great resource.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Our last commenter this morning is Carmi Finn.
Good morning. I'm referencing the state house maps. Oh, shoot. Am I visible and audible to you? Because I'm getting weird messages here.
I can hear you, yes.
Okay.
I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Okay, we'll go with that. I'm referencing the state house maps. In Metro Detroit, each county operates differently and has different needs and interests, and that should be considered before you split cities into more than one county. St. Clair Shores, grouped with the Grosse Pointes in Wayne County, is one of those examples. So is Warren in District 10. You've split us into 4 districts, one so narrow and long, it goes almost to the Detroit River in Detroit. Why would we be like in these narrow little strips? It also may serve to dilute the votes of Detroiters doing that. My biggest concern, though, is to ensure that the party that gets the most votes wins elections. The maps must not be partisan. Michigan voted to end partisan gerrymandering. Please make that a priority. Thank you for your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for this morning. However, I'd like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting. And the commissioners also review the public comment portal on the www.michigan.gov/MIC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way they choose to do so and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. Next, we are going to move on to unfinished business, agenda item 5A, and without objection, we will continue to work through our compliance analysis and deliberations. Commissioner Lett and then Commissioner Clark.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to extend the time for our individual commissioners to file their plans to this Thursday morning at 10 a.m.
Okay, we have a motion to extend the time for individual commissioners to submit their proposed district maps until Thursday at 10 a.m. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Weiss. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. Motion once again is to extend the timeline for individual commissioners to submit their district maps to Thursday at 10 a.m. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The motion is adopted and individual commissioners now have until Thursday at 10 a.m. to submit maps. Commissioner Lett.
Yes, I would like to make another motion to reconsider our vote from Friday on the maps. We voted on one map, I believe, from Commissioner Witches to include a Senate map. I would like to just reconsider that, take another vote on it. And I believe that I was a yes vote on that.
Were you a yes or were you a no? You were a no. So I think Commissioner Clark, did you have a comment?
I was a yes, and I was going to submit the same motion as Steve did. I think it's imperative that we revisit it. We were missing 4 commissioners, and that's one of the reasons. And the other is part of that original motion, we decided to suspend our process to make this happen. And I think it was not in our best interest to do that. And we should follow the same process as we do for all the other maps and be consistent.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Clark, seconded by Commissioner Lett to are we reconsidering that vote, or are we, General Counsel, are we weighing in here?
Thank you. Yes, good morning to the commission. So yes, Commissioner Clark was on the prevailing side, so it's an appropriate motion. Was that map sent to CSS for publication? Commissioner Clark, that's a question for, I'm sorry, should have been clear through the chair to MDOS.
Yes, it has been. However, the legal description application has not been made public yet. So even though it has been sent, it could be remedied.
Okay. So General Counsel, I'm just clarifying. So we're just reconsidering that vote, which is what the motion is. Is that accurate? So we're re-voting on the same thing. Is that
So
correct?
it's a two-step, Madam Chair, it's a two-step process. The first would be the motion to reconsider the vote. And if that is adopted, then the second vote would be on the original motion language, which I have in front of me. And that vote would be retaken if the motion to reconsider is adopted.
Okay, so we have a motion to reconsider the vote on Friday to approve the Senate map and bring it to public hearings. Motioned by Commissioner Clark, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? All right, if you are in favor of reconsidering that original vote, this is again, the vote on the motion to reconsider. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. So we have 3 nays and we have 9 ayes. Is that accurate? Can we do a roll call? Ms. Reinhardt, please do a roll call vote.
Absolutely. My understanding is the current motion on the floor is to reconsider the previous vote, which the motion was to suspend the process and carry forward 10-8-21 V1 SD forward for consideration at public hearings. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Cynthia Orton.
No.
MC Rothorn,
Yes.
Rebecca Zatella,
Yes.
Janice Follett,
No.
Aaron Wagner,
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Dustin Witches,
No.
Doug Clark,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony Ede,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang,
Yes.
Steve Lett.
Yes.
By a vote of 9 yes and 3 no, the motion carries.
Okay, back to you, Commissioner Clark. Did you want to make a motion to re-vote on that Senate map, or do we want to wait till later and and do them all at the same time?
Madam Chair?
Yes, General Counsel.
You just adopted a motion to reconsider, so the vote must be retaken.
Okay, so we're going to retake the original motion. Do we need to restate?
Yes.
Okay, so the original motion was to suspend the process and adopt the Senate map. And if someone could reread that number for me.
So the full motion is to suspend the process document for Senate Plan 10-8-21 V1 SD, published for the second round of hearings.
And to clarify, if a commissioner votes no against this, it doesn't mean you can't later vote yes. It's just whether we want to adopt that Senate map at this time to go to public hearing. Is that correct?
What is happening right now, Madam Chair, is you are retaking Friday's vote for the motion that was brought forward on Friday, which was just voted to be reconsidered. So the reconsideration of the motion to suspend the process document and publish Senate Plan 10-8-21 V1 SD for the second round of public hearings is what's being voted on.
Okay, but I just want clarification, and I see your hand up, Commissioner Lang. That is not in any way binding on a commissioner. If you vote no, that you don't want to suspend the process to adopt that Senate map later in the day, if we then revisit the Senate maps and we're considering how many we're going to take, you can then change your vote on that. I just want to make that clear if that is accurate.
Correct. The vote that's being retaken right now is Friday's vote, so it would be proper to make another motion later in the day if some other action were to be taken today.
Okay, Commissioner Lang.
If this vote is to see if that map is going to go forward, would it be possible to have that popped up on the screen real quick, just so we can see what was approved?
Yes, can you pull up that map for Commissioner Lang? And then Commissioner Orton, you had a comment.
Yeah, so if we're revisiting the vote because we didn't think we should vote early and we want to vote on them all at the same time, then why aren't we waiting to vote on it when we vote on all the others?
I think in general counsel, you can weigh in. I think her point is that we voted to reconsider that original motion. So now we have to reconsider it because that was the vote, even if that's why I was trying to clarify. So we can vote no on this and then in an hour, come back and decide what Senate maps we're taking. Is that accurate, general counsel?
Or you can vote yes
Yes,
on it.
move it forward.
and
Yes,
Move it
either way.
forward,
Yeah.
whatever but the vote has to, because you've already adopted your motion to reconsider, the reconsideration has to occur.
Chair?
Yes.
Exactly which plan was, I want to make sure I bring the correct one up. I'm going to share on the screen. Just make sure we get this correct.
The plan number is 10-8-21 V1 SD.
The one I have on 100821 V1 HD.
It's SD. It's a Senate map.
It's a
Senate map. Yeah.
It's a Senate map. That's where
Oh, and it says second round of public hearings right next to it. So that's the right
That
one.
one.
10. Yeah, right there.
Okay. Okay, so let's see here. This one right there is it. And is there a particular place we want to look at to is it-
Commissioner Lang, please feel free to direct Mr. Stegall if there's particular things you want to look at.
I just wanted an overview of the entire map. So if you can kind of span out.
Okay. I'll just move around a little bit so people can see, and I'll just try to move slow enough. Grand Rapids is split, Lansing, all of Kalamazoo.
Okay.
Trying to just point out the highlights of people. This is dividing line between 3 and 29. Battle Creek is up this way. It's hard to see, but this is 12 and this is 28.
Can I see
Ypsilanti,
Northern Michigan too, please?
you want to go all the way up to the UP?
Yes, please.
So most all the UPs in 38 except for the most southeast part.
Okay, thank you. I'm good.
Okay, is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, I think this is a good map. I think it's the best one we got so far for the Senate, but I'd like, so later I'm going to be voting yes to take it into the next round of public comment. But I think right now what we're voting on is if we should suspend the rules and do it in a different way than what our process document says, which we've already approved previously. So yeah, I think we should vote no on this now, but then later when we get to voting on all of the maps, vote yes on it then.
Any other comments? I concur with Commissioner Eid. Is I would like to to consider our Senate maps all at the same time and not kind of do things piecemeal. And I'd just rather follow our process where we're picking the number of maps we're going to take and then selecting them rather than kind of doing them one off and giving a slot to something that we might look at later and be like, maybe we should have done something differently. So, all right, if there's no further discussion or debate, all in favor, I'm going to ask for a roll call again. Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To restate the motion that is before the commission is whether or not, the motion that is before the commission is to suspend the process and advance 10-8-21V1 SD forward for consideration at public hearings. Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with MC Rothorn.
No.
Rebecca Zatella.
No.
Janice Follett.
No.
Aaron Wagner.
No.
Richard Weiss.
No.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark.
No.
Juanita Curry.
No.
Anthony Ede.
No.
Rhonda Lang.
No.
Steve Lett.
No.
Cynthia Orton.
No.
By a vote of 1 yes to 11 no, the motion does not carry.
So I'm not on microphone. Thank you. Any other motions before we move on to our unfinished business? Okay, so at this point, we have 11 maps that were put on the shelf on Friday. And we need to discuss, I think we have two issues we need to discuss. One, the first issue is how many of each maps are we going to bring? And then based on that, we need to decide which maps we want to bring to the public hearing. So that's sort of the point we're at right now. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I've thought about this, and I would recommend that we bring no more than 5 in each of the categories to the public hearings.
Okay. And then Commissioner Lang, I'm sorry, I know you weren't here on Friday. So I did pull one of your maps that I knew you had worked on, your house map. I believe it was 10/08/21 version 2 HD, which is where you moved Midlands. So I did throw that into the pool for you. Did you also have, because you weren't here on Friday, did you also have any additional Senate or congressional maps that you wanted put into our pool to consider?
There is a congressional that's been receiving a lot of public comment that I would like considered, but I'm not sure if it's fully to the criteria. But that was the map 187.
I believe we have that in our pool. Do we have it in there?
It's 201. It's the DW.
201, but I think 187 was before that change was made. It's the same as 187. Okay, so it looks like we already have that pulled in.
Okay, and what number is it now?
201, 10/05, 21 VCDDW, and it's listed as plan number 201 if you're on the mapping website, the portal. And Mr. Stegall, did you have a comment?
No, I was going to say I can bring it up. Was that a Senate plan or a House plan?
It's a congressional.
Congressional. Any of these plans, somebody has any questions about, we'll just bring it up on the screen if you want.
Commissioner Orton.
I think we've seen a lot of comments about I think they were our 2 original congressional maps, 180 and 187.
Yeah.
And people keep referring to them as that. It might be good if we kind of tag them as that because they have different numbers now.
Yeah.
But it would save a lot of time when we're trying
Yeah.
to figure out which map is which.
Yep, I agree with that. Sound advice. Commissioner Wichus.
So I just wanted to say I agree with Doug's assessment to how many maps we should bring in regards to each type, 5 of each type, plus any individuals that commissioners want to bring forward on their own. So I want to make that a motion. Actually, I want to have it be up to 5 maps of each type or of each plan type, plus the commissioner's individual plans.
I don't believe we need to include the individual commissioners plan because we have no say on that.
Sorry, that was mostly just for semantics.
And just to clarify, Rhonda, I am looking at both of those plans right now, and it does seem that there is a difference. It looks like 187 does not have Midland City in with the other areas, whereas the plan we were referring to as 201 does have Midland City in. So I do think those are different plans.
Okay, then I would like for consideration map 187.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Witches. Could you restate your motion, Commissioner Witches?
Sure, and I'll just take the one piece out. I moved out the amount of plans that we move forward is up to 5 of each plan type.
Okay. Do we have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Clark. So at this point, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Witches to allow us to bring up to 5 plans of each type. So up to 5 congressional, up to 5 state house, up to 5 state senate. That was seconded by Commissioner Clark. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Lett.
Is Commissioner Witches, is that 5 collaborative maps? Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
I'm assuming that you're anticipating that if you want to bring in a map, or Cynthia wants to, or Janice wants to, those are in addition to the 5.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then I would also like to, for the public record, note that Commissioner Kellum has now joined the meeting. Could you please specify where you are dialing in from remotely?
Attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you. All right, so we have motion and seconded. Commissioner E, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think 5's a little much, to be honest. Yeah, our staff recommended 3. We're saying 5. I'd be okay with 4. And I'd be okay with 5 too. I'm just wondering if, do we think 5 is too much considering the plans that we have? Maybe we should deliberate on them a little bit now and take, the best 4 that we have.
Well, I think it's up to. So for right now, for the Senate, we've only pulled up 3 Senate and I think 3 House. So that is already at 3. It's the congressional, and we don't have to do, I think it's a good, ballpark. We don't have to do 5, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, that was my point. The motion was up to 5. So it's not going to exceed 5. So we could have 3 or 2
Right,
or 1.
or 1, yeah. Commissioner Commissioner Lang.
I think 5 is reasonable, especially with the public comment that we've received about people saying, give us more options. When we initially just had 1 congressional, we were hearing that that was just not enough options for them. So I think 5 is definitely reasonable.
Okay. Commissioner Lott, is that a hand?
Call the question.
Oh, call the question. Okay. Do we want to do a roll call on this, or do we just want to vote? Let's just do a hand vote. Okay. It's been motioned and seconded by Commissioner Witches and seconded by Commissioner Clark to allow up to 5 maps per district type. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. So we will use select up to 5 of each type. Okay, so where do we want to move to next? We can start moving through our maps starting with, I wrote them down in order. We went through them on Friday. It was Senate, House, and Congressional. Does anyone want to start in a particular place? Ms. Reinhardt.
For clarification, Commissioner Lang, did you identify an additional map that you would like to be included in maps going forward to public hearings, or was that a map that is already included?
It was not included. So it was map 187. I'm sorry, I don't know the
date. The date is 9/29/21 V1 CD.
And is that a congressional?
That is a congressional map. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Witches.
So now it's the point of bringing motions forward to figure out which 5 we want to bring of each type, correct?
Right. And then just where are we going to start? Are we going
Okay.
to start with Senate, Congressional, House? I feel like Senate and House are easier because we don't even have 5 that we identified. So
Point of order.
Commissioner Lett.
We're at break time.
Yes, we are at break time. I know. I was just being alerted to that. Okay, so hearing no objection, it is currently 11:10. We are going to take a recess for 10 minutes so that people can get up and move around. Hearing no objections, we are in recess until 11:20. Thank you. All right, as chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 11:43 a.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. One moment, we're experiencing technical audio issues in-house. Just one moment. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Sarah, we can hear you. I don't know who you're testing 1, 2, 2, though.
All right, we still working on it? Do you have your Zoom open?
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. There we go.
All right, we good?
Ready to go.
All right.
Thank you.
So can the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely as well as your physical location. I'll call on you in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Juanita, I think you may be muted.
No, I'm not muted. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
If we're experiencing audio issues with you, Juanita, I'll message you in the chat to try to resolve that.
Okay.
Anthony Eid. Brittany Kellum.
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan. I can also hear Commissioner Curry.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
One moment, please.
General Counsel.
Okay, I think Sarah's figured it out.
So Toy is saying that she can hear Juanita. and
Correct.
Brittany was just trying to speak. I could just see her speak.
So the issue is that we cannot hear the virtual people in this room.
Right.
For the people who are viewing online, who can hear the commissioners speaking, we cannot. in the room.
Brittany and Commissioner Lang and Curry, can you give your thumbs up if you can hear us speaking? Thank you. Okay, so they can hear us. We just can't hear them.
Let's try one more time. Commissioner Curry, could you say where you're attending remotely from?
Yes, I'm present and I'm attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you. We can hear you now. And Commissioner Kellum, can you tell us where you're attending remotely from as well?
Attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett, Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Routhorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Aaron, can you hear us?
I can, and I'm present and attending from Charlotte, Michigan remotely.
Thank you. Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
All commissioners are present.
Thank you. All right. So at this point, our vendor and our staff are working very hard to put together some information to help us analyze the maps that we have already set on Friday that we wanted to move forward with, plus the additional one from Commissioner Lang. So while they continue to work on that, rather than have us continue to wait, we are going to move on to new items on the agenda or different items on the agenda so that we can be efficient with our time. Commissioner Witches?
Yeah, I'd like to move that we move to agenda item 8 so that our executive director can discuss public hearing guidelines and the mapping process and procedures as amended and amend the agenda. I apologize.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Witches to amend the meeting agenda under staff reports 8A to allow the executive director to present on the MICRC public hearing guidelines. Can I get a second? Seconded by Commissioner Eid. So we have a motion and a second to amend the meeting agenda to add an item under 8A to allow the executive director to present on the MICRC public hearing guidelines. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of amending the meeting agenda, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. So at this point, we're going to quickly approve our meeting minutes that we have, and then we will move on to that agenda item 8. So without objection, we will move forward to approving the minutes that were sent to the commission with the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the commission meeting held in Detroit, Michigan on September 28th?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Rothorn. All in favor of approving the meeting minutes from September 28 meeting in Detroit, Michigan, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. All right, the ayes prevail and the meeting minutes are adopted. At this point, we're going to move on to staff reports. Executive Director, without objection, I will ask Executive Director Hammersmith to provide a report. Please proceed, Ms. Hammersmith.
Thank you very much and good morning, everyone. There were 2 documents that I sent very late last night, actually early this morning, including the public hearing guidelines and the mapping process and procedures. These had been in staff review until yesterday, and I moved along the edits that we received. I sent you the red line version, which was virtually impossible to read, and also a clean copy has been provided. There are a few things that will change. So let's start with the public hearing guidelines. This document was revised from the original document to put the categories for public hearing in, so it makes sense and it flows a little better. So first of all, about public hearing access. So we have the Zoom webinar and the dial-in information so anybody can access the meetings. Of course, the meetings are on YouTube via live stream, and any member of the public who is interested can go back and also replay any message, any meeting of the commission, whether it's a public hearing or a regular commission meeting. All public comments are recorded in meetings. So anybody giving live public comment, we have a verbal record of all those comments that's retained online. People can also give their public comments in person, and that could be either at a meeting or a public hearing. And they can access those via the meeting notices. And then lastly, there's closed caption and ASL Spanish and Arabic translation services provided for people to participate in the meetings. And if people need other accommodations for any language barriers or disabilities, they can email Ms. Reinhardt at michigan.gov and or contact her via phone. And that information is in all of the meeting notices. Under public hearing decorum, again, we want to lift the subsection 11, where commissioners, staff, attorneys, and consultants are prohibited from discussing redistricting matters with members of the public unless that communication occurs in writing or during public comment at an open meeting. So we want to make sure that the commissioners, I think, have heard this enough, they remember, but the general public may not necessarily know that. And you know to stop them if they start providing information about mapping. We will have to follow COVID protocols for all the facilities. So if there's a mask order or they want to take temperatures, again, those are in the COVID protocols. Seating may be limited due to seats being spaced out. However, our communications and outreach director has certainly booked as large a venues as possible for the public hearings, so we can accommodate as many people as possible. Also, no oversized banners, signs, bullhorns, or similar devices. Most of the facilities prohibit those anyway. So then the next section is on the actual public comment participation. So first, we will conduct the in-person public comment. And in the order of people signing up to comment at the meetings, we will close that sign up at 7 p.m. each day of the public hearing. And then the chairperson calls on the participants just like they do now in all of our meetings by the speaking order number to approach the microphone and provide their comment. The remote public comment will follow the in-person. And again, they have to sign up in advance through the meeting notice. There's the link there. And they will close that at 3 o'clock the days of the public hearings because we want to make sure there's adequate time for the Michigan Department of State to notify the people how to get into the Zoom meeting and to provide their remote public comment. And of course, you know, there's a public comment portal. Members of the public may utilize that anytime. It's accessible 24/7 on the website. And also there's public comment on the maps so that people can go to any districting plan. And again, they go to our website to access those plans that the commission has discussed and those that will be put forward for publishing. Lastly, the public comment procedure. We talked a little bit about order, but in-person first and remote subsequently. The speaking time, again, will be set for up to 1 minute per your rules of procedure. One of the things we added was that if a commissioner, if somebody making public comment wishes to talk about a specific map, that we would allow time for that map to be brought up on the screen so everybody could see before that 1 minute public comment period would begin. We are going to ask speakers to indicate which map they're speaking about because sometimes it's hard to figure out if it's a state senate, state house, or congressional district where they're making their comments. So we want to make sure that public commenters are asked to do that. And then there will not be really discussion during the public comment period. Again, we will accept the public comment. If there are questions or clarification is needed, commissioners certainly can ask somebody making public comment to clarify, especially a geographical location if you're unsure of that. Personal conduct, we won't accept personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks. And if people do become disruptive, the chairperson may take action. Any questions on public hearing guidelines? I apologize that these came to you without a lot of time for consideration. Hopefully those brief comments explain this draft, and I would entertain any questions you might have.
Commissioner Riches.
It's not really a question per se. I mean, I like the document here so far, but I do want to address the situation in regards to time. I think 1 minute may be a little too short, 2 minutes may be a little too long. So for the public comment, for the second round of hearing, I just wanted to see if there's thoughts in regards to having it be 90 seconds as opposed to 1 minute. But something to think about.
Commissioner Eep.
I agree. I don't think 1 minute is enough. I think 90 seconds is certainly better than 1 minute. I would recommend that we go back to the 2 minutes that the first round of public hearings had. I think it was good that we reduced the public comment time allotment for these meetings because these meetings, the primary purpose is to get through our agenda, get our work done, submit the best possible maps for those rounds of public hearings. But the main purpose of the public hearings is to hear from the public. So I say we should go back to 2 minutes.
Commissioner Lett.
Well, I think that what we have done, in fact, in these last few weeks is experimented with how much time it takes for people to inform us of their point. And I think, at least from my observation, 1 minute is enough time. It's not overly, but it is enough time for them to make their point without a lot of extra curricular comments. So I think we've, through our experimentation here, shown that one minute is sufficient.
Commissioner Lang and then Commissioner Kellum.
I'm leaning towards the 2 minutes. A lot of people have never given public testimony before, and they've been coached, and you find a lot of them, what they do is first start off by thanking us, which takes away their time. And my other concern is if we run across adults who may have disabilities such as speech impediments, that's not exactly fair to cut the time because it may take them a little bit longer to say what they need to say. So that's all I've got.
General Counsel.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Commissioner Lang for again raising that critical issue. For members of the public and our guests that require accommodations, would be granted accommodations. Similar, an example would be the translation that Ms. Reinhardt was able to facilitate live at a meeting just a short time ago. So that individual was, of course, accommodated with additional time. So it would be that the time limit, the base time limit would be applicable to all the speakers not requiring that type of an accommodation.
Commissioner Kellum, and then Commissioner Clark.
I'll just keep it short. My comment was a combination of kind of what Commissioner Lett said and Commissioner Lang. I think a minute and 30 seconds, honestly, is long enough. Just thinking of our past public hearings and the public comment period that we have during our meetings, it seems that by the time folks introduce themselves, say thank you, and kind of get over their nerves, they can quickly talk about a map. And I think the minute and 30-second time frame will encourage people to be terse and to the point, especially with this round and them kind of being used to things. Even if we have a newcomer, I think a minute and 30 seconds is plenty enough time.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I'd like to put a motion forward to change the time for the public hearings to 2 minutes per person and retain the 1 minute for comments at our meetings.
Okay, so you want the public hearing to be 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh, 2 minutes. Sorry, I misunderstood you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The time set forward in your amended rules of procedure is 1 minute. So the wording for the motion would be to change the time for the public hearing, public comment to 2 minutes. That would be a temporary change just for the public hearings,
Right.
which if I understand Commissioner Clark correctly, that was his goal.
Correct.
Do we have a second?
Rhonda.
Oh, Rhonda. Okay, I see Rhonda. We have a second from Commissioner Lang. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Commissioner Ede?
Well, it seems like more people want 90 seconds than 2 minutes. And I think I just said I wanted 2 minutes, but I'd be okay with 90 seconds. So how about we amend the motion to be 90 seconds instead of 2 minutes?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the motion, but to 90 seconds by Commissioner Ede, seconded by Commissioner Witches. Is there any discussion or debate on the amendment? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead with the, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I just want to mention, the reason I suggested 2 minutes in the motion was because we're going to be looking at maps, and it's just going to take a little more time to do that. Well, when the individual points out these things, so I just want to make that point.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Witches?
I would imagine that the time it takes for, at least this is how I read it, the time it takes for election data services to bring up the map is not going to be counted against the individual speaking.
Right. Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I wasn't referring to bringing up the map. I was referring to when they start identifying certain areas on the map, that it's just going to take more time for us to focus on it as well as them to explain it.
All right, any further discussion or debate on the amendment? So at this point, we have a motion to amend the primary motion to change the time from 2 minutes down to 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
So we have
Nay.
1 nay, 2 nays. That was Aaron. Aaron and Rhonda.
It
Okay.
was.
Can you do that? Okay, so we have 3 nays and 10 ayes, so the amendment prevails. All right, so let's move forward to the initial motion, which is the motion as amended to allow 1.5 minutes of speaking time at the public hearings. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion as amended? All right, all in favor of the motion to change the speaking time from our public hearing guidelines documents from 1 minute to 1.5 minutes, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed,
Aye.
please raise your hand and say nay. By a vote of 13 to nothing, the ayes prevail and the amendment is adopted. All right, Sue, did you have anything else on this document?
I'm complete with this document. We also have the amended mapping process and procedures that Commissioner Witches had mentioned in his original motion. If we could spend a little time on those.
Yep.
Okay. If we look through the amended 10.10 version of the mapping process and procedures, the first 3 pages had little change. When you get to the 4th page, we started changing some of the dates down at the bottom of the page. So for example, October 11th to 15th, EDS is developing maps and data for us, and the Center for Shared Solutions is developing the legal plans for publishing the draft proposed maps, assuming that those draft proposed maps are approved today. And then those maps would be published for viewing and for the public comment hearings. On the following page, the public hearing dates were changed to coincide with the 5 approved public hearings approved by this commission. On public hearing days, it is the intent to have the first 1.5 hours for a commission meeting. Sorry, I've got a frog. And especially on the 2nd through the 5th public hearings, then we will have time to reflect on what we heard in the previous public hearing in those meetings and create a log that can be utilized during the subsequent deliberations after the public hearings. So deliberations are scheduled then for Wednesday through Friday, October 27th to 29th. This is a schedule you just approved on Friday. And adding a meeting on Saturday, October 30th. And then the following full week would be utilized for deliberations also. So by Friday, November 5th, the commission could vote on proposed draft maps. Subsequently, there's about a week for EDS and the Center for Shared Solutions to produce the maps and the legal descriptions. And by Sunday, November 14th, it is anticipated that all that would be published. And upon that publishing, then the 45-day period of public comment would begin. During the public comment, you approved 4 meetings bi-weekly in November and December. December 29th would be the final day of that 45-day public comment period, actually 46th day. And then that's when this commission would actually vote on the maps to be approved with the 2 Democrat, 2 Republican, 2 independent votes required and a majority vote to publish the maps. Any questions up until this point?
Commissioner Rothorn.
Just want to make sure that the commission meeting before the hearing is from 1:30 to 2:30 and the commission hearing starts right at 2:30. Do I read that correctly? With a break from 3:30 to 5?
Yes, we'll start taking public comment typically at 2:30, or for example, if our first meeting doesn't require that full time, we can start taking public comment as soon as the business portion of the commission's agenda is complete.
Okay, so we will move from meeting to hearing without sort of a break seamlessly. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Up until that 3:30.
Okay, I think I understand. Thank you.
And Mr. Vice Chair, if I may just clarify, I believe calling it a meeting versus a hearing may be incorrect. So the whole meeting is the whole event starting at 1 o'clock and going to 8 o'clock is the public hearing. But until 2:30, the commission will conduct its business with public comment for the hearing beginning at 2:30.
Thank you for that.
Clarify?
Thank you.
So again, it's one noticed hearing. There's not 2 separate notices. It is one event that has a recess from 3:30 to 5.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? All right, anything else you wanted to present on this too, or do you need a motion to adopt these changes?
Just looking really quickly through the pages. I don't think there were significant changes in the section after that. But mostly we wanted to get the timeline.
Microphone, please.
Sorry. Mostly we wanted to get our timing to coincide properly in this document with our most recent changes that were made on Friday. So I would entertain any other questions you might have about this document.
Okay. All right. Well, anything else to report on Executive Director, or are you finished with your report?
I'm finished.
Commissioner Witches?
All right, so I'm gonna just move to approve the mapping process and procedures version 10.10.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I have a question for Sue on this doc. What's that?
Oh, so Commissioner Lett seconded the motion.
Yeah, the question for Sue is on page 11. When we start talking about voting, it says round 1 voting. says the commissioners will choose their most preferred maps by vote for each draft collaborative map. Is this talking about what we're gonna move up for the hearings? Because I think we would say yes or no for each map, not choose our best one. Because it's a function of whether it's appropriate to move it or not.
It is a ranked voting process, so I think this document was created under the assumption that there would be a lot more collaborative maps put forth. And
Right.
commissioners would have to whittle those down to a manageable number. At the present time, you have voted to put forward up to 5 maps. You have 6 that you're considering. But the ranked voting process, the round 1 is unnecessary. So you would go to the round 2 and vote in that manner. So you would have the number of you would have 5 votes for the
Well,
6 maps.
But the verbiage says choose their most preferred maps. So maps, that would be multiple maps we could choose as commissioners.
Yes.
That's the way I interpret. Okay, fine.
Absolutely.
I'm good. Okay.
Commissioner Witches.
Wouldn't it be easier just to amend what we voted on, say up to 6 maps, so we don't have to do any of the ranked voting, anything at this particular point? Once this motion for this is done, we change instead of up to 5, up to 6, then we're basically bringing everything that we have. And we don't have to deal with the ranked voting criteria of our process at all.
So I have 2 thoughts on that. First, this doesn't specify a specific number. Our motion earlier did. So that would be reconsidering that motion to now make it 6, I think would be the proper process, because this doesn't actually say a certain number. But yes, we certainly could do that. Or just make a new motion, honestly. I don't know that we would need to reconsider it. I don't know if we could, because I think that vote might have been unanimous. Yeah, I don't think we can reconsider it then. So maybe we just do a new motion. Yes, I agree with Commissioner Clark that this process that we have on here is maybe not going to apply as nicely to what we have than what we do. So my suggestion to Commissioner Clark is if you want to amend it, you certainly can propose an amendment, or we can just go with it as proposed and recognize that round 1 isn't going to apply because we don't have more maps except for that number 6 for congressional. So Commissioner Orton.
Just before we vote on this document, I wonder if we could go over page 14 quickly to talk about the adoption of final maps, because I haven't had time to read over it completely.
Madam Chair.
Yes, General Counsel.
I'll note for Commissioner Orton's and the group's benefit that language, that is the constitutional language, just extracted from the Constitution verbatim.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something in there I didn't know.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion, I believe by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett, to adopt the updated mapping process and procedures version 10.10. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. All right, the ayes prevail and the amended mapping process and procedures version 10.10 has been adopted. All right, sorry, Commissioner Witches?
All right, so now to make the process of the voting of the next parties, when we bring them forward, we'll say, I'll make a motion to.
I'm so sorry. If Commissioner Witches is moving on to the live public comment guidelines document.
No, he's not.
There were additional things on that document.
Oh, I was gonna make a motion to
the 6, right?
To bring up to 6 maps of each plan type forward to the second round of public hearings.
Commissioner Lett?
That might be a little premature because we haven't had any discussion on what we're gonna do. So we could have people say, I want to see X number of map, and we could be up to 7 or 8 or 9 or 10. Unlikely, but we might want to wait and consider what we're looking at when we get ready to take those votes. We can always suspend the rules to accommodate extra maps.
That's true. So in light of that, are you going to maintain that motion?
I'll
or-
withdraw.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to do the correspondence, future agenda items and announcements. I'll save MDOS updates to later. So correspondence received in advance of the meeting is provided to commissioners in our meeting materials. Future agenda items. Does anyone have any future agenda items at this time? All right. Does anyone have any announcements? All right, so Michigan Department of State, it looks like we still need a little bit more time. So we were due to break for lunch at 1 o'clock, but we're going to break a little early to give Michigan Department of State a little bit more time to work on that data that they were compiling for us. It's currently 12:18. We will go into recess for 60 minutes without objection. Hearing no objections, we will recess until 1:20 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
guides. Please show me, why did this person ghost Aries, whoever it is that Aries was connecting to in love? What else? Queen of Pentacles.
Your partner Aries is the Ten of Cups.
All right, as chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:42 p.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely, as well as your physical location. I'll call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum.
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang.
Present and attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett. Present. Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
All commissioners are present.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reinhardt. All right, so we are moving back to unfinished business agenda item 5A, which is continuing our compliance analysis and deliberations. And the point that we had left off is we were waiting for the compliance analysis tracking document to be completed so that we could open that up. Kent, do you have that available on your computer, or you do? Can you? So Sarah Reinhardt, if you could share that for everybody. And then our process is, we've already decided that we can bring up to 5 per category. So per Senate, per congressional, per House. And at this point, we're going to decide which maps we're going to present to the public at the public hearings. And this analysis we have here can help guide our decision making.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, the analysis that you see before you is a compilation of varied scores from all of the plans that you have approved for consideration here today, including this one at the bottom that was recently added. Now, I want to be clear that these are not scores that connect with all of your criteria, but only some of them as they are labeled, including partisan fairness, population deviation, compactness, and the VAPs, as you can see on the end here. Sorry. And the code name column, as I was pulling this together, it occurred to me that it might not be quite so easy for members of the public to approach a microphone during a public hearing saying, I prefer 10-7-21 SD RAS BK. So I tried to come up with names that were not a ranking. So I filled in the names of trees that are native to Michigan, but of course, if the commission has other ideas, perfectly willing to entertain those.
Where is the beech tree? That's all I have to say.
It's right here. Peachtree is on row 6.
Beach.
Oh,
American
apologies,
beach.
Peachtree. Well,
That's
I
okay.
did make sure to include peach trees as a nod to Commissioner Weiss. So this is where all of the data is compiled. And then you'll see along the bottom, kind of color coded here, State Senate is in blue. Each plan is broken out into its own page with additional details and overall scores, including partisan fairness, compactness, overall population deviation, additional considerations that we'll have to go through during presentations here today, as well as information on each individual district. I've placed conditional formatting under the direction of your VRA attorney to highlight for you every VAP that exceeds 40%. So you'll just see that highlighted. And this is true of every plan. So you'll see going through the remainder of them, House districts are highlighted with yellow tabs and indicated with yellow at the top. Same format so that they're easily comparable And this information here, consistent, is highlighted. Now you'll notice that COIs and diverse communities is left blank. That may be something that as we're presenting, if you wanted to highlight for the districts, what considerations were made there. I can also look through the record and add additional information there as well, but thought it might be helpful to have a column there for adding that information if you share it while presenting. And then finally, scrolling over, here are each of the congressional plans marked in green for you all to review. So the individual pages have just a bit more detail than the comparison tab at the very front. But this is where you can go to kind of quickly at a glance see some of the scores of the plans. I've emailed this document to each one of you. If you need help navigating it, feel free to raise a hand and I'll come over and help you find whatever you're looking for. And if any of you have any additional data you would like to be added to this, please let me know and I'm happy to do so. I hope this is a useful tool for each of you during today's plan presentations. Are there any questions?
If anyone is remote and has a question, could you let me know because I can't currently see you on the screen. All right, so then how would we like to proceed, commissioners? Do we want to look at each plan? I know I feel like we've spent a lot of time with these plans and know them well. Commissioner Lett?
Question I would have, are we looking, starting with the congressional plans?
I think the process document is Senate, then House, then congressional.
I guess my question would be, are there any other Senate plans that anybody wants to look at in addition to the 3 that we have here?
Commissioner E.
I was hoping to make one small change to where West Bloomfield and Orchard Lake are on the collaborative Senate map. It doesn't need to be now. I don't know if now would be the appropriate time to do that, or maybe it is. I guess it depends what everyone else thinks.
Commissioner Rothhard.
I think I would suggest that we're going to be making changes to these maps. So I don't think it's the right time to do it because I think we've already got the scores, and I think what we're doing is getting ready for the public hearings, and therefore, right, we're going through a legal process. There are changes that we're going to be making, and it feels like it's after the public hearing process. Okay.
Any additional comments? Okay, so then back to my initial question is, do we want to bring up each one of these maps and make a decision on approving it? Okay, so can we start with the Senate maps? And so the first one on our list is the 100421, which is map 199 on our portal. So 100421 V2SD, and it corresponds to 199 on the portal. I think that's it right there. Yep. 100421 V2SD. So that is it right there.
Okay, Chair.
Is there anything in particular anyone wants to look at on this map up close? Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, this is the map that Dustin talked about last week that he wanted to promote. Is that true?
No, that is not, no.
Okay.
That's the 08 map. This is an 04 map. October 4th versus October 8th. October 8th is the one that Dustin wanted to promote.
The big question I have is how does this differ between the other 2 maps?
Because I don't think we have this up the comparisons on the screen, but this one does perform the worst of the 3. And I think what I'm thinking, the only reason I would suggest taking it off is because I think we're going to get, I'm trying to help the public know what we are actually considering, and the idea that we would still consider this as low as it is. I think we've included it because it's our base. It's the base that we worked from. But again, it performs in terms of partisan fairness and other ones low enough that I'm tempted to talk about taking it off again to help the public know what we will consider and what we
But
won't.
when you say it performs lower than the other two, you're talking from a metric standpoint. You're not talking from a COI standpoint or any of those other items.
Correct, because I think the other two versions use the same, right? It works from that base of the COI.
Yeah, they started from that base.
Correct.
Yes.
Commissioner Witches and then Commissioner Orton.
So I would say that we should bring it either way because people could potentially look and say, I like the idea of this particular district or this particular area. If you were to translate this piece from this map, even though it scored the lowest out of the three and put it here, then see what happens. I mean, they could do that anyway because the plans are going to be online for review, but something as a printout would be nice.
And I was just thinking, when we're comparing these numbers that we have in the spreadsheet, I think population deviation, we know how to fix that. We just haven't, like on Friday, Anthony spent quite a bit of time fixing one of them, but we haven't done that to all of them. So I think we should just take that with a grain of salt because we know we can fix it eventually.
Commissioner Lang.
Well, since we have 3 state Senate maps, I would be okay with bringing all 3 forward since we voted that we could do up to 5.
Commissioner Lett.
I would agree with that comment, but I guess my question would be on the one that we're looking at on the screen. Is there any reason we shouldn't bring it to the public hearings?
Commissioner Eid.
I mean, to me, the reason not to bring this one forward is because the other two in this process document are both better and better from a partisan fairness standpoint and a population deviation standpoint. And those other two maps, codenamed Cherry and Spruce, they're, those are very close. So yeah, that would be the only reason I could think of not to bring it.
So I was just trying to refresh my memory as to what we changed with this map. And if I remember correctly, what we changed was we altered the VRA levels on this map, that this was the initial map we did. And then we had the guidance from Dr. Hanley and Mr. Adelson to press down those VRA numbers. Because if you look on this, there's some that are 47.7%, 42%, 40.3%. So the VRA numbers on this map are higher. In the other two maps, we brought the VRA numbers down to the levels recommended by our council in those areas and Dr. Hanley. So that's my recollection of what the difference is between those maps. If there's someone who has a different recollection, please chime in. But I'm pretty sure that was the difference, is that we started out with a map with higher VRA levels and we brought it down, and that's what created the other maps. Commissioner Lett.
Commissioner, keeping in mind that we can make adjustments to these maps, in fact, can come up with an entirely new map before we have our final vote. So I think the process here is to provide the public with alternatives to speak to at the public hearings. And I would think that not having heard other than your comment regarding not bringing this one forward, I would move we bring this one forward. That's my motion. Second.
I was just going to second it. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches to bring forward plan 100421 version 2 SD, also correspondingly known as 199, forward to our public hearings. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion?
I just want to offer the code name Elm.
Yeah, Elm. I didn't get all the code names. So code name Elm. Okay. So we have Elm, Cherry. Is there any discussion or debate? Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
Just a question. Do all of these, because of what we're doing, have to be voted on by roll call, or
No,
No?
I don't think so. I don't see why. All right, all in favor of advancing this plan, code name Elm
Sorry,
199?
Chair
Yes.
Zatella, my hand was raised, but I
Oh,
realized you
Commissioner
probably
Kellum, I
didn't
can't see
me.
you.
No,
Yeah.
I had to step out because they're doing work, so excuse the outside noise. Anywho, I just wanted to say, and I realize that we're going to vote anyway, but I wanted to say that I agree with Commissioner Rothorn's assessment or thought that we should be looking at this process a little holistic. It is our job to bring alternatives to the public. However, I think it's our deeper job to bring the best alternatives. And if we've gone through the trouble of having an analysis and a scoring portion, then we do take that into account and provide like the best alternatives to the public. I think that's also a nod to efficiency as well. That's my short comment.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Kellum. All right, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of bringing this map forward, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so we have by a vote of 12 ayes to 1 nay, the plan will be brought forward. All right, let's move on to the next one. And Kent, can you bring up the next map? That would be 100721 SD RASBK.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
before we move on from
yeah.
this map, I do have just a few questions for the commission to complete the forum. Consideration number 1, did the commission consider incumbent elected officials or any candidates for office when drafting this draft proposed map? I see Commissioner Rothorn shaking his head.
No.
Did the commission consider county, city, and township boundaries when drafting this proposed map?
Yes.
Yes. Was this map reasonably compact? All right,
Yes.
that's all I have. Thank you. We may move
All right.
on.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next map, which is 07 or 100721 SD RASBAK. Oh, that's it. Okay.
Codename Cherry.
Codename Cherry. All right, so if I remember correctly, this map was had adjustments for VRA done to it, and then it also had further adjustments for partisan balance. Any comments or questions on this map, Commissioner Lett?
Have the same question. Is there any reason that we shouldn't advance it?
I don't see any. Commissioner Kellum, did you have your hand raised or was that from the last comment?
It's from the last one. I'll take it down. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any hands.
Hearing none, then I would make a motion to advance this map to the public hearings.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett to advance code name Cherry 100721 SD RASBK, also known as 220 on our portal, to the public hearing, seconded by Commissioner Witches. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the plan will be presented to the public. Next on our list. Oh yeah, questions. I'm going to jump ahead again.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett.
That's okay.
Commissioners, did the commission consider incumbent elected officials or any candidates for office when drafting this draft proposed map?
No.
Did the commission consider county, city, and township boundaries when drafting this draft proposed map?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay. Next on our list is codename Spruce, known publicly in the portal as 226, plan number 100821 V1SD. Did you bring that up? Yeah, looks like we got it up. So again, this had further adjustments by Commissioner Orton, I believe, for partisan fairness. Is that accurate? For population, okay, so for population. So it's very similar to the prior one. It just had some adjustments for population. Commissioner Lett?
Again, are there any reasons anybody has not to bring this map forward?
No.
If not, then I would move that we bring it forward.
Second.
Notice how we all looked at you, Commissioner, which is like, yes. All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Lett to bring forward Plan Spruce, also known as 226 in our portal, code name 100821B1SD to the public hearing. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of allowing this map to be brought to the public hearings, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail, and this map will be presented at the public hearings. We're now going to move on to the House.
No questions first.
Questions, I always skip the questions. Sorry.
Very good, thank you. Did the commission consider incumbent elected officials or any candidates for office when drawing this draft proposed map?
No.
Did the commission consider county, city, and township boundaries when drafting this draft proposed map?
Yes.
Is this map reasonably compact?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Witches.
I just came into my head, and I don't want to forget it. Is there any way for us to put the code names, love it, the code names for the maps that we're approving on the portal so that they can see that instead of just the name? So they have a chance to start giving comments by referring to those instead of just the numbers.
Yeah.
To answer Commissioner Widges, I'm not certain that we can edit the names on the portals without changing the plan, which would disconnect the comments. That's really the issue with modding things that have been posted. But I can look into it if we can put it like as a tag or something, but I hesitate to mod anything on the portal.
Can you add it as a remark like you did with one of the other plans, or would that also change it?
Well, I don't know of a way to edit that without deleting it and reloading it. So the answer is no, because that disconnects the comments.
Okay.
So we'll be careful about that.
Okay, Commissioner Lett.
I would just, now that we voted on all three of those, is there anybody who wants to consider adding another one to the Senate seats?
Mr. Woods, I see you have a comment.
Yeah, we will have the code names. We'll be on a different section of the website. So as you approve what's being considered, everyone will go to a different section on the website with the code name so they'll know exactly what that is. So it won't be a problem. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. All right, at this point, we're going to move on to the house maps, starting with Peach, which is also known as 228 on the portal. So it's 100821 V2 HD. Let's bring that one up for
Madam
consideration.
Chair?
Yes.
I have one of the house plans already up if you would like to review this one.
Is that
first.
oak? It looks like that's oak.
It's 100821 V1 HD.
Yep, that's oak. So let's go with that one instead since you already have it up. So oak is plan number 229 on our portal. So this is 100821 V1 HD that we have open and available for comment. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, anybody know offhand what the difference is between version 1 and Peach version 2?
If I remember correctly, version 1 was the initial commission map. Version 2 was the changes that Commissioner Lang made up in the Midland area. Where she, or maybe this is her, this is her changes. So version 1 is her changes. Version 2 has Midland in with Bay and Saginaw.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Rothorn.
And I see that this has District 74 with Kalamazoo and Albion. I'm not sure if both of them have Kalamazoo and Albion together.
Battle Creek and Albion.
Thank you, Battle Creek and Albion.
Yeah, I think maybe it's just this one.
That,
That has
okay, so that may be another difference. I couldn't remember. So this is version,
1.
which is Oak. This is Oak, okay.
Version 1 is Oak, yes.
Okay.
Also known as 229 on the portal for people who are following on the portal. Commissioner Ede.
Yeah, I think all three of these have Battle Creek with Albion.
Do they?
They might.
I
I think
think so.
that's correct. Yeah. All right. Commissioner Lett or Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we bring this up for the hearings.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Clark to present plan number Oak, codename Oak 229 100821 V1 HD before for the public hearings, to bring that to the public hearings. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the plan will be brought to public hearing. All right, Kent, which one do you want to go to next? You going to V2?
Yes, ma'am. Open up.
Commissioners.
Oh, I'm sorry, questions.
I'm going to mix up the order this time. Was the map reasonably compact?
Yes.
Did the commission consider county, city, and township boundaries when drafting this draft proposed map?
Yes.
Did the commission consider incumbent elected officials or any candidates for office when drafting this draft proposed map?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Is this version 2 is open? Can we see down by the Battle Creek Albion area to just see if that is, yes, so that is the same. And then if you scroll back up towards Midland, that would be helpful, I think, to everybody. Okay, so this is the one that has Midland with Bay City. Is this? Yeah, okay.
Yes, it is. Not the colors.
All
And
right,
it-
so
and it
this
has-
map is codename Peach, number 228, also known as 100821 V2 HD.
Do the other, Madam Chair, do the other plans have this 87 in it? I think that may be another.
I looked at the first one did. I looked at that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think they all do. Commissioner Lett?
Again, is there any reason we should not bring this forward to the public hearings? And if not, then I would move that this one be advanced to the public hearing.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Lett to advance codename Peach 228-100821 V2 HD to the public hearings. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Seconded by Commissioner Clark. All right, all in favor of advancing this plan to the public hearings, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. All right, the ayes prevail and the plan will be advanced to public hearings. Sarah Reinhardt.
Was this map reasonably compact?
Yes.
Did the commission consider incumbent elected officials or any candidates for office when drafting this draft proposed map?
No.
Did the commission consider county, city, and township boundaries when drafting this draft proposed map?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to Pine, which is 100821 V1 HD RAS. So yep, right there. And it is identified as 227 on the portal. And I'll preempt Commissioner Lett so he doesn't have to. Is there anyone who has objections to bringing this plan forward to public hearings, or any reasons why we should not bring this plan forward to public hearings?
I would move that we bring it forward.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches to bring forward Plan Pine 227 100821 V1 HD RAS to the public hearings for presentation to the public. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted and that plan will advance to public hearings. Sarah Reinhardt.
Did the commission consider incumbent elected officials or any candidates for office when drafting this draft proposed map?
No.
Did the commission consider county, city, and township boundaries when drafting this draft proposed map?
Yes.
Is this map reasonably compact?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Witches.
As we approved the 3 house maps here to bring forward, do we have another house map that we could potentially bring forward that does not combine Battle Creek with Albion and or have that long skinny district on the west coast, District 87? I can't remember. So if anyone has an idea, just a thought.
So my individual map will not have that seesaw district. So the one that I already presented that's an individual map does not have that.
Does it have the Battle Creek Albion?
I believe it does have Battle Creek Albion together though. So. All right, Commissioner Witches. Did you want to make a motion about the congressional maps? You had indicated previously that you had some desire to allow the number of maps to be 6.
Oh, yes, I did.
That's what I thought you were going to motion on.
I'd like to make a motion that the maximum number of congressional actually, let me reword that. Do it retroactively too. I would like to make a motion that the maximum number of plans for each plan type be increased to 6 from 5.
Commissioner, a motion made by Commissioner Witches to increase the number of plans we can bring up to 6 from 5, seconded by Commissioner Lett. I see Commissioner Lang has her hand up as well. Did you have a separate issue or a comment about Commissioner Witches' motion?
Actually, it was a comment about his previous statement. I believe map 215 has District 87 the way it was in Battle Creek. If you want to take a look.
215. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, so let's take care of that first, and then we can go back and look at that because we have a pending motion. So we have a motion by Commissioner Witches to increase the number of proposed maps per district up to 6, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any debate or discussion on that motion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Eid.
I'm seeing 2 maps here, Birch and Cedar, and they have the same data all across for every metric. Are these different maps?
So yes, one is Commissioner Clark's map, I believe. Wait.
I'm referring to Birch and Cedar.
Birch and Cedar. They're different. So Birch was the one that I did, and I made changes in Oakland County to improve the partisan balance. So there are minor changes. I believe it was District 2 and 3. So we were about to vote on the motion before the floor. All in favor of increasing the number of proposed maps to bring before the public hearings to 6, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. So by a vote of 11 to 2, the motion carries. So we can now bring up to 6. Yep. Commissioner Letton. All right, so we have a request from Commissioner Lang to open up House Plan 215, which is, let me look at my list here. 100621 V2 HD corrected.
What's the code name on that one?
It doesn't have a code name because she's requesting. It's a new one, yeah. She's requesting that we look at it because it doesn't have that Battle Creek Albion, was it Albion combination? And it also doesn't have that zigzag district. It's got a really big deviation though. Commissioner Witches.
If there's no changes to be made to this map, I move that we move map 10-6-21 V2 HD forward for our public hearings with the code name Beach.
I love beech trees. What can I say? All right, we have a motion made by Commissioner Witches to move House Map 215 10-06-21 V2 HD with the code name Beach before public hearing. Do we have a second? Commissioner Weiss. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor of advancing map, or any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Lett, go ahead.
That gives us 7 now, right?
This would be the 4th house map. This is a house map.
State. So what we're talking about?
State house.
Okay.
No, not yet. No, this is a house map.
Madam Chair,
General Counsel.
I believe this is from the portal Plan 215.
Yes.
I believe that this map doesn't have the fairness measures or anything run yet. So the commission might want to take care of that order of business prior to voting. You might want to table this, have a look. If Mr. Adelson has arrived, we're very happy to have him with us back in Michigan. But again, filling in just that tracking form and running those partisan fairness measures for this map, and again, for the congressional 187 that was also brought forward today.
Okay. Commissioner Lang.
This map initially was the one that I had changed initially, I want to say, with the Midland. And then after that one, there were changes made to Battle Creek and the other area. So I believe it made like a 0.4% on the partisan fairness, a deviation from what it was originally when it had the long, narrow area. Don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure it's like a 0.4% or something like that.
Yeah, Kent, if you could go ahead and run that right now, the partisan fairness, that would be helpful. Charlotte, did you have a comment?
Just looking at the map, the plan deviation is extremely high at 11.2.
I'd like to also mention that we haven't spent much time really doing any plan deviation other than one plan. I mean, just to be fair about it, we didn't really work on it. We only have done that to one plan.
Can we, so I see the lopsided margins are 8.2. Can we look at the mean median? Mean median is 4.4. What is the efficiency gap? 9.9. And then the last one, which would be the seats votes. So it's very Republican leaning too. A 6% proportionality bias, 51 to 59. Commissioner Witches.
Well, even though it scores quite a high on the partisan fairness measures, again, I think it'd be good to bring forward for the fact that the public can be like, I like this idea for these particular districts. Can you see if you can incorporate this into plan X, Y, or Z? So, I mean, I'm done. Never mind.
Yeah, I know. I understand your thought process, but I also feel like people can do that by looking at the portal right now because it's already out there. I worry about bringing a map that's not compliant, and this does not appear to be compliant just based on the efficiency gap and everything. And the deviation is high. I mean, that's something we could fix later, but overall, it looks like this map is going to need a lot of work. Commissioner Rothorn.
Yeah, and that was my thought, is like, I think we didn't work on this one. We worked on we worked on this one, and that, that zigzag that West Coast one and the Albion Battle Creek helped us move the efficiency gap. We did work on this one and which led us to the other ones to get the numbers down. Yeah. So I'm just, that's why I think we left this one. Yeah. And moved on.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I would suggest that if one of the commissioners wants this map included, that they take it, get it in compliance and submit it as an independent map.
I would concur with that. Commissioner, our general counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly building upon Commissioner Clark's suggestion that individual commissioner could adopt, make amendments and put this forward as one of their individual submissions. We would recommend that if this map was going to be moved forward, that the commission take some time now and make some adjustments to it if it intends to move it forward. I would not recommend moving it forward in the current state.
Commissioner Witches.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. All right. So we will remove that from consideration at this point. All right. So at this point, we will move on to congressional. And I think we're going to start with the first one on the list, which is codename Apple. Which I'm trying to figure out what that corresponds to. So Apple is 201 on our portal. 100521 V1 CDDW. So I think it was, yep, right there. So this map does combine Midland with the Tri-City area. So that's one of the distinctions between some of these maps are whether Midland is in or out of the Tri-City area. So just so that helps orient people. Does anyone have any objections to bringing this map forward?
I would just offer too that this is also where the West Coast is in, like that Ottawa County, right? We've heard so much from Ottawa County that this is also that, yeah. Configuration. And I think I can't remember if it's that this may be it may be Midland. That's the difference between 187.
I believe it
which
is,
is
yes.
Willow, right? The difference between Willow and Apple may be, yeah. Okay.
All right.
I move we advance this map forward.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Lett to advance map Apple 201 1005 21 V1 CDDW. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Witches. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? All in favor of advancing map Apple 201 1005 21 V1 CDDW, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and this plan will be moved forward to public hearing. Next on the list is codename Birch, which is Plan 230 out on the portal, 100821 V1 CDRAS. Yes, and I'm sorry, Sarah, we had questions for you with that. Didn't you have questions for us with that congressional map we just approved?
For the previous map, Apple, codename Apple, did the commission consider incumbent elected officials or any candidates for office when drafting this draft proposed map?
No.
Did the commission consider county, city, and township boundaries when drafting this draft proposed map?
Yes.
Is this map reasonably compact?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and then by unanimous consent, we, unless there's objection, we are withdrawing Dustin's motion to advance map 215 Beach, which was the house map we just talked about. So I want to make that clear for the record. All right, so moving on to what we now have up on the screen, which is Birch 230 100821 V1 CDRAS. Is there any reason that any commissioner has for not bringing this map forward? Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I think I voiced my concerns the other day about this one. My opinion on this is that the changes that were made to produce this map, and very well, not intentionally. It's, to me, it reflects a partisan gerrymander. You changed, the person that did this changed the district, one of the districts, from 49 point something Democratic to 55% something Democratic. And that's just excessive in my mind. And that just brings forth the wrong message. And then in addition to that, a non-minority district was moved into 10, which is like a 60% non-minority population. So I think it brings the wrong message forward. And I don't think that we should move this up at this point. I yield.
Commissioner Lett?
I would move that we move this map forward.
Second.
We have a motion made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches to advance map Birch 230-10-0821 V1 CDRAS. Commissioner Lang, I see you have your hand raised.
I just had a question regarding Commissioner Clark's statement. You're saying that the part about moving into a what was the second part, I guess, that you said? Not the part about the potential gerrymander, but what were you saying about the second part?
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, there was a district that was a non-minority district that got moved into District 10. That is like 60% non-minority before it got moved, somewhere around those numbers. So basically what you're doing is taking a non-minority district away from another district and moving it into a heavily populated non-minority district, which causes changes in the numbers.
Okay, so, but it's not I guess my question is it taking away any votes from the minority population by doing this? I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Well, I think the reason it got moved in was to balance something that got moved out in another area. I believe that was the philosophy on that. But my big concern is the district that went from 49%, it was Democratic, to over 55% Democratic. That's just, to me, it's excessive. It could have gotten, I'd have been perfectly happy if it got moved to 51 or 52%. But the 55, I thought, was an indication of gerrymandering from a partisan standpoint.
So I have a question for you on that. So then why isn't the District 10, which is currently 60% Republican, a gerrymander?
Why?
Why isn't District 10, that is currently 60%
Well,
Republican?
District 10's all rural. That's why. You don't have much of a choice on that.
But the point is that the reason why these changes were made were to improve the efficiency gap, which is now down to 0.7 from 1.3, and to improve the median margin, which also dropped by 0.2.
Yeah, I understand that was
Right.
That was the
So
purpose of it.
it was to create partisan fairness. It's not creating a gerrymander. I mean, we
Well,
have lots of districts that have.
We can look at it from two different ways, I
Right, but
guess.
it's not a gerrymander just because you're balancing partisan fairness.
It's my concern was the excessive change on that one district. You know, it's over 5%. And to me, that was.
Well, and
not
that
right.
also came from moving. We had areas of Highlands and Milford that were
Correct.
pulled up into the thumb
Yep.
that were put back down to the
Yeah.
counties that they're in. And that was why that change occurred,
Uh,
was putting those communities of interest closer together.
Well, that's my opinion, and I just wanted to share it.
Commissioner Eid. And then Commissioner Kellum.
My recollection of this map was a little different. I thought that it was done for a communities of interest reason and bringing Milford and its surrounding townships back in with Oakland, back in with the rest of southern Oakland County, rather than Milford in particular going up with a thumb. And I quite like that configuration quite a bit better. And as Commissioner Zatella stated, it also brought the partisan fairness numbers closer to zero.
Commissioner Kellum.
I just wanted to clarify, especially after Commissioner Clark's statement, was this the map that Bruce and I think General Counsel spoke about after Commissioner Clark had that concern? And is that my recollection that we then verified if that was factual? Because I think I remember Commissioner Rothorn being concerned that if that was said, that we should check to see if that were in fact true, and it wasn't. But I want to be sure if this was the map that I remember that conversation being about.
General Counsel, were you listening? General Counsel. General Counsel. Commissioner Kellum had a question.
Yeah, oh, no, we were listening and we were very impressed with Commissioner Kellum's memory as
I was
well.
going to say I have a very good memory, but because I
That's
remember
what,
you two stepping in, but I just wanted to be sure.
Thank you so much for uplifting that question again. We did address it when Commissioner Clark first raised those concerns. And as Ms. Reinhardt was displaying the tracking data for it, the partisan fairness measures score very well on this plan. And the compliance measures were considered and checked out.
All right, seeing no other discussion, we have a motion on the floor to advance Birch 230-1008-21 V1 CDRAS to consideration for public hearing. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
By a vote of 12 aye, 1 nay, the plan will be moved forward to public hearing. At this point, we will move on to Cedar, which is 1008. Oh, I'm sorry. See, we're just gonna do this all afternoon.
Moment. Was this map reasonably compact?
Yes.
Did the commission consider incumbent elected officials or any candidates for office when drafting this draft proposed map?
No.
Did the commission consider county, city, and township boundaries when drafting this draft proposed map?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're now moving on to Cedar, which is,
Uploaded 1008-21 V1.
is that just V1, V1 CD?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's Cedar. So Cedar 231 on the portal, 1008-21 V1 CD. Is there any reason why this plan should not be advanced? Commissioner Eid.
So which one is this? This looks exactly the same to me as the previous one. It has the same changes to Oakland County. And I still see Midland being with Bay City here.
Commissioner Witches, did you have a comment? Yeah, something had to have been changed or it wouldn't.
I don't know what the differences are. Are the tables the exact same? Is that what you're saying? Let me look at it. I don't know. No, I mean, I guess it's possible I imported the wrong shapefile when I was rebuilding everything. Maybe I imported the same one twice. Let me look at it.
Commissioner Witches, did you have a comment?
Well, these are two different ones because the population deviation between the two are different between Cedar, Bird, wait a minute. hold on. This is between,
Birch and Cedar.
yeah, hold on a second. No, they're different. Birch and Cedar are different. Birch is 0.12% population deviation. Wait, what's going on here? Hold on a minute. No, I'm sorry. Birch is 0.26% population deviation. Cedar is 0.15% deviation according to the spreadsheet. Yeah.
Where are you reading?
Mine says point. Mine says 0.26, mine's and 0.15. Oh, that's weird.
No, mine, yeah, mine says 0.26 for both of them.
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know how mine's different.
I don't know, honestly, like, I know I drew the one RAS map and I don't know if maybe we've just got the wrong map loaded in the portal for the one of them. I'm just not sure, honestly. I'm not seeing any obvious differences between the two of them. Anyone see anything?
They
Yeah,
are the
They are
same.
the same. Yeah, they are the same. Well, that makes that easy to.
Let me see what we got. Plan number what from the website? What was the number up there?
The second one is 231.
This 100821 V1 CD
Yep,
is 231.
yep. And when I open them both up out there, it's the same plan.
It is the same plan as
Yeah,
what's
it's
here.
the same plan, yeah. 231 and 230 are the same plan. Like I compared like multiple points of reference. Bay City, Detroit, even that little dig out near Jackson, like it's all the same. It's all the same. So I'm guessing we just have a duplicate. Which brings me to the question, was there another plan that someone was thinking of other than this one that we wanted to advance? Commissioner Rothorn.
My memory is that I think we were trying to just advance the base that we were working from as well as anything that was changed. And I think this one may have been thought of as the base, and that's the only.
And one's just CD from October 8th. And I'm going to bring those in and see what we have.
date on that?
Evidently what we exported on that day. Well, let me see one more minute.
Yeah, I pulled up my shapefile over the 1008 CD one, and I don't see any changes. So I think they are duplicate maps.
Did we do that? I mean, is that the way it's supposed to be?
I have no idea. It could have been just been an oversight. Maybe we were having problems with the software. I don't know, but it appears to be a duplicate. Commissioner Lett.
Well, then I would move that we withdraw this one, subject to it being able to be returned if someone should find a difference that we
Okay.
need to reconsider.
All right, I think that makes sense. Let's move on to the next item on our list.
Chair,
Commissioner Clark.
we're removing Cedar. Is that the one?
Cedar, yes.
Okay, correct.
All right, next on the list is Maple, codename Maple. 100721 V1 CD DC, which is known as 219 out on our portal. Does anyone know any reasons why we should not advance this particular map?
I would move that we advance this map to the public hearings.
Second.
You want to see it first? I think Commissioner Orton wants to see it first.
Actually, it just shut down. I didn't do it on purpose. It just closed. Okay, here's the 100721 V1 CD. Is there any particular place the commissioner wants to look?
We're not seeing it yet, Ken.
That's a little bit better, I suppose. They seeing this map now?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, but let me just explain this, because I did the last change to this map. It was a collaborative map. I took it. And I wanted to increase the partness, fairness on it. And I made some changes over in the Oakland County area, such as putting Birmingham with Troy and Clawson with Troy and that sort of thing. And that knocked the partisan fairness down to numbers equivalent to what Dustin had done and also what Anthony had done as well. So they're all three of those are kind of equivalent from a metric standpoint. But
With
that's
that-
the change that was made.
Yeah, and without putting Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo together, right? Without putting Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo together.
That, yes.
So you get the same metrics without that Kalamazoo.
That's the map
yeah.
I started with. I didn't touch that part of it. I moved it over into Oakland to get the metrics better.
All right. Commissioner Orton, you still examining? Or are you good? Okay. Did we? All right. If there are no further comments about this, I would entertain a motion to bring forward map Maple 219-1007-21 V1 CDDC to our public hearings. Commissioner Weiss.
I just have one question here. One question. I'm looking at the paper that we have in front of us, and I'm comparing what's on the screen. And the compactness scores, we have 5 for the most compact. I believe that's the first number. And then 6 is the second number. On the sheet, it says 1. Does that make a difference?
Where are you seeing that at?
On the sheet that we were passed.
Oh,
out.
you're looking at the full by district one?
Yeah, well, it says largest. Is that, am I looking at the right?
Excuse me, that's the highest and the lowest deviation districts.
Okay.
That's not the
Just want to
compactness.
be sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's not the compactness.
All right. So do we have a motion at this point to move forward Maple 219-1007-21 V1 CDDC? Executive Director Hammersmith.
You had a motion. It was made by Commissioner Lett and seconded by Commissioner Witches.
Okay, so we do have a motion already. Okay, I wasn't sure. All right, any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of advancing map Maple 219-1007-21 V1 CDDC, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the map will be advanced to public hearings. Next on our list is codename Juniper, which is, oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Reinhardt. Thank you for reminding me.
Returning to map Maple. Was this map reasonably compact?
Yes.
Did the commission consider incumbent elected officials or any candidates for office when drafting this draft proposed map?
No.
Did the commission consider county, city, and township boundaries when drawing this draft proposed map?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, now we're gonna move on to Juniper 218 on the portal, 100721 V1 CDAE. Is there any reason why this particular map should not be brought forth to the public hearing? Seeing no comments, I would entertain a motion.
One comment.
Oh, Commissioner Clark.
No, I think this is an excellent map and should be brought forward. I think Anthony did a real good job on this one.
Okay. Is that a motion?
It is, yes, it wasn't a motion, but I will make the motion that we bring forward.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Clark to advance map Juniper 218-1007-21 V1 CDAE to public hearing. Any discussion or debate on the motion?
Second, Commissioner Lett.
Seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. Plan Juniper 218-1007-21 V1 CDAE will advance the public hearing. All right, we have one more, Willow. Oh, questions? I'll get it right eventually.
One more chance. Okay. Was the map reasonably compact?
Yes.
Did the commission consider incumbent elected officials or any candidates for office when drafting this draft proposed map?
No.
Did the commission consider county, city, and township boundaries when drawing this draft proposed map?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Map Willow 187 9 29 21 version 1 CD. And this map varies from the other ones because Midland City is combined with Midland Township, I believe. Yeah, see. It's just Midland. That Midland is with Midland Township instead of being with the Tri-Cities. Is there any reason why this map should not be brought forward for public hearing? Mr. Adelston.
Yeah, good afternoon. We were competing with each other to see who could press the microphone first. We have a concern. The deviation here is the highest we've seen on a congressional map. It's over 1%. So this would need substantial remedial work to bring that deviation down and then move it forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Lett. And then Commissioner.
While I understand that that's true, it still doesn't change the fact that these aren't the final, and that we certainly would realize that if this were going to be considered for our final vote in the 45-day comment period, that we would have to make substantial changes in it.
Right, Commissioner Lott, we agree with that. I think that just as General Counsel had said earlier about the map with the 11.2 deviation, that if maps that have such a non-compliant deviation are brought forward for the public to comment on, and the public favors a particular map or parts of a particular map that have such a significant compliance issue, that may raise other concerns. So we're saying that to be consistent with what we had said previously.
Commissioner Lang, and then actually I think Commissioner Witches, you reply first. So Commissioner Witches and then Commissioner Lang.
So given that piece of information, shouldn't we follow what we did earlier and say if this is a map that someone wants to potentially change, we can have that be as an individual map where they would work on the population deviation?
I think that would be consistent. Commissioner Lang and then Commissioner Clark.
This was the last one, right? The one that I asked to bring forward?
Yes.
And I asked to bring that forward for the community of interest because we have multiple maps that split up Midland, that put Midland with the Tri-Cities. So this was kind of to give both, so there's choices so people can voice their opinions on both. So that's my only concern. And believe me, I'm trying to do a map that has that. I just don't know if it's going to be possible. So,
Commissioner Clark.
Just for your knowledge, Rhonda, I have submitted an independent congressional map that has Midland and Midland Township combined. And that bone from Midland to Bay City is gone in that map. So it combines Midland Township and Midland, and I believe it's also got the 4 counties just north of Midland Township in it as well. So I just want to let you know that that's forthcoming when we do the independent ones.
Commissioner Clark, was that for a congressional map or was that for a Senate map? Just to clarify. I stumped you, didn't I?
I'm thinking, no, actually it was a House map that I submitted.
Okay.
Yeah, I take that back. Rhonda. I'm glad. I thank you for mentioning that. It was a House map.
Commissioner Lett.
Yep. Regardless of my prior comments to our expert, I agree with Commissioner Witches, follow our prior precedent on bringing forward a map that's out of compliance if someone wants to bring it and make it in compliance. So my motion here would be not to forward this map.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches to not advance map Willow 187 92921 V1 CD. Any discussion or debate on the motion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and that particular plan will not advance. All right, are there any additional plans that we want to consider for advancement at this time? We've completed our list of those that have gone through the compliance check over the weekend. Is there anything else we want to consider advancing? Commissioner Orton.
I just wonder, the cedar and birch issue, were we able to tell that is exactly the same plan, or do we still need to figure that out?
It appears to be exactly the same plan. And that was why we tabled it in the event someone wants to look closer, but I don't see any, like I said, I pulled up cedar and then I put my overlay for mine on top of it and I don't see any differences.
To the commission and chair, I am going to look to see if there's backup or where we exported a plan with the same name and, somewhere in uploading it to the website. Yeah, a mistake was made, but I'm gonna see what I can find. If I can't find anything, then I would say they're the same. Maybe one was copied and then never edited and we left for the day. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. So I think that actually concludes our unfinished business for the day. And we now have until Thursday to submit individual maps. So we are not going to do individual commissioner maps presentations today so that people have more time to do that. Michigan Department of State, that's the next item on our agenda. Do you have any updates for us?
I do not.
Commissioner Eid.
I don't believe we adopted the public hearing guidelines earlier.
I thought we had a
public
motion on
hearing
that. I thought we
guidelines?
had a motion on it. Am I wrong? Executive Director.
I think on the public hearing guidelines, we were so busy amending those to change the amount of time for public comment that we may have failed to adopt the guidelines themselves. And subsequently, General Counsel has noted a couple things that may need corrected on those. Anyway, so maybe it was a happy accident.
Does General Counsel have, I thought we adopted them with the amendment of the 90-second. I thought that was our discussion. We amended it to 90 seconds and adopted it.
No, the motion that.
But we didn't. I move we adopt them with the 90 seconds.
I mean, I swore we adopted it too, because I specifically remember reading off the public hearing guidelines when I was reciting the motion. So I swore we adopted them. I thought we did the two of them. We did the hearing guidelines and then we brought in the mapping process and procedures as well, the changes to that, but.
It's not recorded, so
What do you mean it's not recorded?
that is not recorded right now. Our staff are telling us that we don't have it, or that they don't have it recorded.
That's what I'm hearing, right? The staff are saying we don't have it recorded right now, so it'd be useful to just.
Yeah, we definitely, looking at this, we did an amendment and then a motion with an amendment. Yeah, let's just move it again, but we're gonna have to amend it again, so.
Yes,
So Madam Chair, the motions I had were to amend the public hearing time for public comment at a public hearing time made by Commissioner Clark. That was then amended. Both of those were voted on. And then I have logged in to adopt the mapping process document after Executive Hammersmith went through the changes. And as far as the changes to so I do not have a motion logged for the public comment guidelines document. And I think there's only two changes that would be two recommendations for addition of language. It's only 2 words. So those would be appropriate to walk on. because I believe the other changes that the executive director is referring to deals with the public hearing, public comment, public hearing time, which the commission has already adopted, so staff can make those changes without further direction from the commission. But the two changes that I noted in my edits to the document over the weekend were adding the word Bengali to the translation paragraph. And at the last bullet point on the document, to match up with the state statute, to insert the word actually in front of committed when we're speaking about breaches of the peace at public meetings. Those are the only two items that I had flagged.
Okay, so it's your recollection that we already amended this to 90 seconds though, so we do not need to do that secondarily. Okay, Commissioner Ede, do you have a motion?
Yes, I have a question before making that motion,
Okay.
though. It also says the public sign-up period is to close at 7 PM on the day of each public hearing. Are we sticking with that time at 7 PM? We had previously, when we changed our public meeting time, we had moved it to 6 PM because the end time of the public hearings also moved up by an hour. So do we want to keep it at 7? Do we want to move it to 6? What are we thinking? I'd rather leave it at 7.
Commissioner
personally.
Clark, Commissioner Clark.
I would qualify it as on site because we indicated before that anybody that's going to remote in it's a 3 o'clock deadline. I think there's two deadlines for signing up.
Executive Director.
That is in the in-person public comment section. What had happened was originally we had that at 7. When we shifted our start time for our public hearings from 6 o'clock to 5 o'clock, then we moved the public comment sign up deadline to 7 PM. So that would be consistent with starting with the 5 o'clock again after our recess for the second round of public hearings. But the commission can do as it wishes, either 6 or 7.
Okay, then I will motion to adopt the public hearing guidelines with the addition of the word Bengali in the accessibility section. So it'll read closed caption and ALS, Spanish, Bengali, and Arabic translation services will be provided. And also add the word actually in the last paragraph. So that paragraph reads, any meeting attendee who, at the discretion of the chairperson for breach of peace, actually committed at the meeting.
Do we have a second? Commissioner Lett. So we have a motion to adopt the MICRC public hearing guidelines and as amended, as proposed by Commissioner Ede, adding the word Bengali under the accessibility paragraph on page 1 and adding the word actually on the very last paragraph of page 3 that was seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of adopting the MICRC public hearing guidelines, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. All right, at this point, we have concluded, except for Michigan Department of State updates. Do we have any today, Commissioner or Sarah Reinhardt? And then Mr. Woods, I thought you had a point of privilege that you wanted to talk about. Thank you, Mr. Woods. It's also my understanding that we intended to cancel tomorrow's meeting. Is that accurate? That we were going to cancel it? Ms. Reinhardt, do we need or General Counsel, do we need a motion on that if we're canceling tomorrow's meeting?
Madam Chair, yes, and the notice of cancellation would need to be posted as soon as possible if that's the committee's desire.
So maybe, I mean, we would cancel because we don't have any business. Is that, and is that, do we have business?
No.
We don't have any business. So we could do our own maps. And I think what I'm thinking about is like, if that's the case, then we may, and what I'm concerned about is that we also set a Thursday deadline for ourselves for individual maps. If we do have tomorrow, what I'm thinking about is our Monday public hearing and trying to figure out like, right, I don't want to rush us, right? I think we need time, but I'm just wondering if we do, right? I was planning on working tomorrow. Should we consider not working? Excuse me, do we need to keep our Thursday deadline? And I see Commissioner Lang's hand.
If you want my opinion, please cancel that meeting for tomorrow so we can have time to finish the maps if
Yeah,
we want to submit them. That's just my personal preference.
I think there's a strong feeling on behalf of individuals who want to work on maps tomorrow that they want that time to work on their individual maps so that we can get them done. And certainly I would encourage any commissioner who is working on an individual map, to the extent you are able, get them in as soon as possible, because we're trying to reduce the pressure on MTMB to get those maps converted and uploaded. So I know the deadline is Thursday. If you can get them in sooner, that's fantastic. And I think us not having a meeting tomorrow will make that more achievable for those people who want to submit individual maps. Commissioner Witches.
Just making sure 10 a.m. Thursday is I think the deadline.
Yes, that is the deadline.
Yep,
Yes.
perfect. And yeah, I had this, share the same, I don't know the word right now. I lost my train of thought again.
Were you going to make a motion potentially to cancel our meeting tomorrow?
I'll make a motion to cancel the meeting tomorrow and post a notice as soon as possible.
Seconded by Commissioner Lett, or do you have a comment?
I'll second it. And I also have a comment. There was some discussion that we may have to move Monday's public meeting. Where do we stand on that?
My understanding is because we were able to get through what we got through today, that's not going to be necessary, but go ahead, General Counsel.
I would have a different thought on that, but you have a pending motion on the table to cancel tomorrow's meeting. And so it might be appropriate to take that vote and then move on to the Monday public hearing.
Okay. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion to cancel tomorrow's hearing? Commissioner Eid.
So are we going to be meeting again this might not be necessary, but it's a question. Are we going to be meeting again between now and our public hearings for individual commissioner submissions?
No, I don't believe so.
No.
So those submissions will go on the website and
Yes.
we can all look at them, on our own time.
Yes. All right, seeing no further hands, let's go ahead and vote on that motion to cancel tomorrow's meeting. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. All right, the motion is adopted. Juanita Curry, did you, I didn't hear you respond and I can't see you, so I'm not sure if you're currently. All right, we're just gonna move on. So I think I would take that as a vote of someone's texting me. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, moving on, General Counsel, go ahead with what you were going to talk about.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So the issue is, again, dealing with the publication requirements under the Constitution, which requires the maps to be published, all the data used for drawing those maps, as well as the legal description map. One of those deliverables, the commission is relying on another state agency. And by the deadline being Thursday, which was necessary to move the deadline, that would make publication by Monday nearly impossible to fulfill. And then none of the public who were coming to the meeting on Monday would have the benefit of those items to be published. So the recommendation is to shift the Monday public hearing only. And I would let Ms. Reinhardt supplement that understanding.
And just as a reminder, the publication of these maps, while it is certainly helpful and a good and right thing to do, it's also a legal requirement for you all to hold a public hearing. So by Monday, it's unlikely that these things will be posted given the turnaround time from Thursday. And so you could not legally hold a public hearing on Monday without the posting of these materials. Thank you.
Commissioner Rothorn.
So what I think I'm asking commissioners who do intend to submit a map, I heard that Thursday was necessary, but we have just shifted and canceled the meeting tomorrow. So what I'm wondering is if it's, for example, like, is Wednesday too soon? For example, if we just said, can commissioners who want to submit individual maps, is that too soon, or should we keep it Thursday? What I'm worried about is like the idea that we have people who intend to show up on Monday at a public hearing. It's noticed, it's there, like we keep shifting things, and I'm just worried about like making too many changes. And it's important to make these changes if we're going to do it, but we should make it today if we're going to do it.
Commissioner Lang.
So if the maps are in on Wednesday, then we wouldn't have to cancel or move the Grand Rapids hearing.
It's a great question. Is that possible? Secretary of State? Who could answer the question?
So I would say it is our position and strong recommendation that commissioners allow until Thursday for individuals to submit their maps, and then allow that external department of the state that additional time, including Monday and Tuesday of next week. Thank you.
Commissioner Lang, did you have another comment, or your hand was up and it came down? Okay. Commissioner Orton.
Well, I'm wondering if we can hear from Mr. Woods, like what are our options then for moving the Grand Rapids hearing?
Mr. Woods, Director Woods.
Well, as you know, I work at the pleasure of the commission. So it's really, what does the commission want? And, that's what we're here for. So whatever the commission desires to do, we will make the arrangements to make that happen. But it really goes to actually what the commission wants. And that's always been my position in the past, as it relates to the second round of public hearings. And it will remain the same. But we can get to yes. Let me just say that in terms of what the commission wants to make that happen and make sure that we're legally compliant. But like I said, whatever the commission wants, but just so we're clear, we do have a signed contract in place, just so we're very clear about that.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Mr. Witches?
Anyone object to making the due date tomorrow at 9 a.m.?
Yes.
Objecting, I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yes, if there was an objection.
Wait, no. What I'm saying, is there the due date for individual maps? Can we make it tomorrow at?
We cannot,
Okay,
because
I don't know.
Okay, that's okay. We cannot accomplish that, unfortunately, or accommodate that. I'm wondering if we can do something with more flexibility, that if the maps can possibly be submitted by the end of the day tomorrow, then potentially we can proceed with public hearings. And if not, then we move the one on Monday. But I don't want to put undue pressure on particular commissioners to get that done if that's not going to be possible.
Well, Madam Chair,
I'm just wondering if we could build in some flexibility.
even with that time frame, the outside agency departments would not have sufficient time to turn around those maps for posting prior to the Monday public hearing. And you cannot have a public hearing if you did not meet the constitutional requirements. So
I thought they needed 3 days though.
So if it's Thursday, Friday, Monday.
I just said Tuesday though, not Thursday.
Tuesday?
Yeah.
I would strongly advise against only extending it 24 hours.
Can you help us understand why?
That the catastrophic software issues that some commissioners have experienced and been unable to draw maps. They need the time to draw maps.
Right, I understand that, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, if an individual commissioner can get their map in first thing Wednesday morning, and everybody has their maps in thing Wednesday morning, let's say 8 a.m. Wednesday morning, can we proceed with the public hearing? Because that gives them the 3 days that we were originally told is what they needed.
The commission can only hold the public hearing if the publication requirements are met.
I appreciate that.
And so again, we were told a minimum of 3 days for that. So that was what was built into the schedule. So if you shift Tuesday to any other day, if you shift Tuesday to Wednesday, then Friday shifts to Monday. So that you would not be able to have the public hearing on Monday, or you would have the public hearing. If you don't modify the public hearing date today, then everyone will show up for a public hearing that the commission might not be able to hold. Those are your options.
Right, but
which-
my request is for more flexibility. So what I'm saying to you is we've already voted and approved that commissioners will have until 10 a.m. on Thursday to get their maps done. What I am envisioning and what I am suggesting is that we know everybody's going to have all day tomorrow to work on maps. We know people are going to have this evening to work on maps. My hope is that will be enough time for the people who need that additional time, that potentially they could have their maps done by the end of the day Tuesday. If we are in that situation where they are done with their maps and submitting them, I would hate to cancel a public hearing that we have already noticed and already done advertisements for, if we're able to accomplish that. If we can't accomplish that, then I think basically what I'm seeing is like a springing motion that triggers. If that goal cannot be accomplished, then the hearing is canceled by an automatic action if the individual commissioners can't submit their maps. That's what I'm envisioning, is us taking an action today where it's a springing motion, that if individuals are able to get their maps done by Tuesday evening, let's even say like 10 o'clock at night, if you can get your map done by 10 o'clock at night and you can send it over to DTMB so that they have it sitting in their mailbox first thing Wednesday morning, in that situation, the hearing would not be canceled, because we're really talking about 2 maps potentially. That should be more, the rest of us can get stuff in earlier, but that's kind of what I'm envisioning. Can we have that flexibility where we can establish a deadline that's an internal deadline? If commissioners cannot meet it, that's great. Then automatically Wednesday, that hearing gets canceled and we're going to reschedule it for a later day. If for some reason the commissioners can accomplish that, fantastic, then we can move forward with our already noticed hearing. So that's just what I'm looking for, the most flexibility. And Commissioner Lang, I see you have your hand raised.
If anybody's flexible, it's me, but some have had more issues than others. And there is, I think, an issue because of that, of the Constitution, where it says that each member can, and if a member can't, through no fault of their own, have the maps done in time, I'm kind of on the fence. I mean, I think every commissioner that wants to will do what they have to do to get them done as soon as possible. But I also think that some commissioners are farther behind through no fault of their own.
Madam Chair.
Yes, General Counsel.
That, again, the commission is, the first step is the commissioners have decided that Thursday at 10 a.m. is the deadline, and that even if that is shifted earlier, it is highly unlikely that will be enough time to publish. And again, the commissioners have a right under the Constitution to be able to draw the maps. That's the first gateway to get to, then the submission, and then the publication, then the posting of the public hearings. So it is an outside agency, so we do not control their workflow. We cannot expedite their workflow. We cannot do any of those types of things. So we're talking about legal requirements in order to be able to hold a public hearing. And I certainly acknowledge that it was scheduled, but again, there were other modifications that came up to the commission schedule, which naturally would necessitate downstream changes to the commission schedule. And unfortunately, Monday's public hearing is one of them. Initially, we were concerned about the Wednesday public hearing as well. So I actually see just shifting Monday as a positive to what may have been necessary, given recent developments.
Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you. And just acknowledging, I think, what the commission is feeling, disappointment at it being less than ideal to have to reschedule the upcoming public hearing. However, comparatively to the other outcome, compared to rescheduling the hearing today with a week's notice, if come next Monday, we are unable to get the maps posted in the way that constitutionally complies, we would have to cancel the hearing the day of, which is far less than ideal compared to what we're talking about right now. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, so my understanding is we are waiting on a software update. When are we going to get that update? Can anyone answer that question? Kent, I'm not meaning to look at you because I know you don't control. I know you just work for
and
yes.
the reality of it is we don't even do the updates.
Yeah.
We don't do the installs. It is done by,
DTMB.
So it's my understanding they have the necessary materials at this moment.
Okay.
So I don't know if anyone else in the room knows that this has been scheduled for them.
Executive Director.
I can add that Kim thought it would be available by the end of the day, but that was the last I was told. So I'm unsure if it's available or not yet available. Also, one thing I wanted to raise is we don't feel that the days for deliberations can be shortened. So that means if the public hearing in Grand Rapids on Monday is canceled and rescheduled, it would have to be on either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, October 22nd, 23rd, or 24th.
Mr. Brace, I saw that you just joined in. Good
Yes.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. I've been watching you all day. That's all right. I will state that we have talked with Fred, and he identified again last night that the upgrade is available on his website with the upgrade capability through each of the softwares. What we have, I have gone ahead and updated my system, and I've been running it all day today. It's working okay. So I think it's there. Kent has not, because we wanted to keep his machine dealing with what we've got today. But I believe that it's there, it's available.
Okay. So we have a software update available. What is that website that it's available at, and how can we access through Autobound Edge if we can on our own?
With Autobound Edge, you can end up doing the upgrade, the software itself. Now, I don't know if they're allowing you to do that, but that is part of what the capability is with the software.
Okay, so we might have to go through DTMB.
That's
so have you
possible.
heard anything back from them, Executive Director, about when we can schedule this upgrade? Can we do them tomorrow morning?
Wayne called me this morning and we talked about current situation that we're in. I think as soon as we would have the instructions for the upload, for the upgrade, we can get those scheduled, especially for those individual commissioners that are submitting maps. So
Commissioner Eid.
I'd like to motion for a 10-minute recess.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for a 10-minute recess. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Nay. I have no idea what the vote on that was, but let's just go ahead and take a recess for 10 minutes. It's 3:27. We will be back at 3:40.
Swan Hammersmith.
Suzanne,
Hey, Kim. So is the software update available?
it
Hey,
is.
hey, Kim, you're not on mute. We can hear your phone. Okay.
All right, as chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 3:51 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely, as well as where you are attending from. I'll start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry,
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid,
Present.
Brittany Kellum,
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang,
Present and attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett, Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
All commissioners are present.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Okay, we are going to go back to where we were at. We were having some discussion about potentially moving the date of the Grand Rapids hearing in order to accommodate the processing that needs to occur with individual commissioner maps that are going to be due on Thursday of this week. Mr. Woods, do you have an update for us in terms of timing of the ability to reschedule that Grand Rapids hearing?
Thank you. We have first, we booked with the Amway, and it's a family of hotels. And the Ambassador Ballroom is available on Tuesday, the 19th. It is not available Friday, the 22nd, or Saturday, the 23rd, but available on the 24th. The Paintland Ballroom is available on the 22nd, but it's a much smaller space because to accommodate our setup. And so we could go into the Paintland if we wanted to do on the 22nd of October, which would be a Friday. I did ask to see if there was availability elsewhere, but because we signed the contract specifically with the Amway, we have a $2,400 hit. And so it's whether or not they'd be willing to transfer that to one of their other properties without penalty is what we're working on right now. But in terms of availability for the Ambassador Ballroom that we have on the 18th, the only date that it's available is the 19th and the 24th. There's a smaller room available on the 22nd, but that would be tight knowing that our setup that we need for these public hearings.
Commissioner Rothorn.
Can you help us in terms of, what I'm trying to imagine is, right, because we do have such limited number of hearings, right? I think we can anticipate more people. So when you say tight, do we have like 100 people or less? Or is it tight like 50 people or less? What's tight? Help me understand, just like a ballpark number.
Well, the good news is Chase Creative is here. So we can also, Matt can speak to some of the things. I mean, I know the Paintland room. The problem is, it's just really the setup. You don't have, this right here is going to eat a lot of space. So there's no mask requirement. There's no social distancing. And so normal setup is 300 with us doing our setup. Matt, you just think about 100? We could probably get 100.
Okay, sounds like 100 or less, but not 100 or more.
Yeah. And that's the room side by side. So by the time you come out to about here, you got this much space. Maybe 150, 200.
I don't want to overestimate. Let's see.
Sketch it out.
Let's see, 150, we say.
Potentially.
So about 100 to 150 could be in the room, just so that you know. Doesn't mean people can't wait outside, but just giving the commission clarity about how much space that we're working with.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
So that's for the Friday, right? Is that smaller room?
Correct.
And you said the Sunday is the the ballroom we were supposed to be in on Monday. Is that right?
Right, that's available Monday, the 18th, Tuesday, the 19th, and Sunday, the 24th.
Tuesday, the 19th, Sunday, the 24th, and Sunday, the Sunday before, or repeat the dates for me, please.
18th, 19th, and 24th is correct. October 18th is the date that we currently have scheduled. 19th would be that Tuesday.
Okay.
And then Sunday would be the 24th.
The 24th. Okay. Commissioner Rothhorn.
And what I'm thinking about, commissioners, is that if we do look at Sunday, that's the day before we are in Gaylord. And I think what I'm aware of is that we're going to start these meetings at 1:00, and we don't know when they're going to end. We have a limited amount, and I think I'm just thinking about our capacity to sort of move. Like, I don't know that we'll even have time to check into a hotel, right? To get to the next day. So we're starting in Detroit, then we're going to Lansing on the 20th. Excuse me, we're starting on the 20th at this point in Detroit. Then we're going to go to Lansing. We don't know yet where Grand Rapids will be, but the idea that it's either Friday or Tuesday or Sunday, right? So if we start on Tuesday, I'm a little nervous, frankly, because we're not sure that, I feel like we should push it back to Friday, which is a smaller room. But I'm not advocating for Sunday, because I do think, right, that's another, then we're leaving from, maybe Grand Rapids to Gaylord. I don't know. It's 3 days either way. It's either Detroit, Lansing, Grand Rapids, or it's 3 days in a row, or it's Grand Rapids, Gaylord, Flint, 3 days in a row. But that would be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, right?
And I think another thing to consider there is a cramped room on Friday versus more space on Sunday.
That sounds like and more space, like 200 plus kind of accommodations. Is that kind of when you think more space?
The Ambassador Ballroom holds 1,000 theater style with nothing in there, and the Paintland holds 300 theater style with nothing in there.
Commissioner Lang.
Thinking about Sunday, if it was a Sunday hearing, you may actually get more people to show up too, because a lot of people don't work on Sunday, so they wouldn't have to rearrange their work schedule. So that could be a plus also.
I would also echo that in the Grand Rapids area, a lot of things are closed on Sundays. So it again could create more availability for people to come to hearings.
And
Commissioner Rothhorn.
the last thing I'll say is, if we do it on a Sunday, then we would be going 7 days. It'd be Sunday, the 24th, Monday, the 25th. We'd be doing hearings. 26th would be doing hearings. And then the next day we start with our deliberations, and we're scheduled to go through Saturday of that week. So what I mean is we already do long weeks, but that would be a very long week. So it's just, I raise this only to say, like, I feel like for me, the Friday is not the best fit, because it's a smaller room. And it feels like that may be, for me anyways, like the best of the worst options, frankly.
Best of the worst options. I'm just concerned about turning our hearing into a super spreader event, honestly, with it being that small of a room. But I mean, that being said, like, I don't really know what other options we have. I'll be honest with you.
Are there strong feelings, commissioners? Does it feels like it's Friday or Sunday?
Commissioner Orton.
Looking at the calendar and the options, my preference would be Friday. It's not ideal due to the smaller room, but for what it's worth, that's my preference.
Was that a Friday, Commissioner Lett?
I think I'm for Friday also.
Yeah. All right. Well, then let's get a motion and a vote going, guys.
I make a motion that we vote. Can we just roll call and we say Friday or Sunday? Does that work? Okay. Okay, Friday. I make a motion that we vote on Friday.
Not that we vote on Friday.
No, not that we vote on Friday. That we vote on that our public hearing will be moved to Friday.
Our Grand Rapids public hearing.
22nd.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Orton to move our Grand Rapids public hearing to Friday, the 22nd. Is that correct date? Seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Commissioner or Mr. Woods?
I'm waiting to hear back from the hotel, so there's a possibility that the Marriott Ballroom might be open. So I just want to know, for flexibility purposes, if we can get a larger room within their properties. I don't know what has to be done, so I'll defer to General Counsel to have that flexibility. Because right now we are scheduled to be at the Amway Hotel. And if we can go to one of their other properties, that would provide the flexibility to have more space so we could have what we need.
I believe the Marriott's right across the street too.
I mean,
isn't
it's a walkway, so
Yeah, I was
it's
gonna
not
say
an
they're
issue, but
connected,
it's just, I don't want to be boxed in.
Yeah. Commissioner Orton.
So since we're voting on the Friday date, are you talking about that room might be a possibility for that Friday date? Okay.
So we have a motion to move the hearing date to Friday, the 22nd. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. All right, did we want to do a second motion to give Edward the flexibility to put us wherever he needs to that has the best fit for our facilities, or our motion made by Commissioner Lett? Seconded by Commissioner Witches. All in favor, or is there any discussion or debate on the motion? So we have a motion by Commissioner Lett to give our Director Woods discretion to change facilities if needed to allow us to have additional space, room, better setup for that Friday hearing. Seconded by Commissioner Witches. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. All right, the ayes prevail. So we are moving it to that Friday, and Director Woods has the discretion to possibly change hotels if he needs to do so.
Commissioner Wagner, could we get an audible indication of your vote for both motions?
I voted aye.
For both motions?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
All right, is there anything else on our agenda to discuss today, guys? Commissioner E.
State the time for individual commissioners.
The time for individual commissioners to submit their maps is Thursday at 10 a.m. And we should be getting a software update hopefully tomorrow. Commissioner Lett. Yay. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Lett to adjourn. We have a second by Commissioner Witches. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. All right, the meeting is adjourned at 4:03 p.m. Thank you, everybody.